Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, July the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the one that I'm kind of intrigued at today. I actually did trade a little bit in the pre-market, not as well as Martin did, but did take a little bit of a 40-cent scalp on it. But the reason I'm intrigued with it, IMV, of course, we're all looking for the next WIMI or EQ. Now, this IMV is a virus play. EQ, of course, was a virus play. And let's just see. I mean, this is an all-time high right now. It's broken free. There's the all-time high, so it is just a little bit above it. Let's just see if it can gain some traction going forward during the day. It's not a super low float, 54 million in the float, but this is really intriguing to me. People are always going to be looking. I mean, that EQ yesterday was an amazing run at the end of the day, huge run at the end of the day. Now, it's dropped somewhat today, not somewhat, it's dropped a lot today. They're announcing a financing. I do not see a price. I just see $150 million. I don't see an actual price of the financing, but that's why this has dropped so much. So anyway, definitely keep an eye on IMV for the entire day, especially if it rests a little bit like EQ did yesterday. Remember this. I mean, it probably for a couple of hours it had dropped, did nothing, and then it began its ascent towards looks like that's around noon. Right around noon is when it started to really run. Anyway, not necessarily is it going to do the same thing, but definitely one to keep an eye on. VNRX is also a nice little pop up here through the 200-day moving average. It is a virus play. INMB is an Alzheimer play. This is a huge move on their drug. It looks like it's only phase 1A though, but nonetheless, this is an all-time high, it looks like, position a lifetime high. So this is an all-time high for INMB. The aforementioned WIMI is now starting to really give it up. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, but it is really giving it up now. And RIGL. Now, sometimes these are not, not still up. Yeah, that's okay. RIGL, virus play, that hit 362 in the pre-market. Not a low float, though, 168 million in the float. Had a decent day yesterday, but it did, it got up to 250 and then it sold off down to 215, but it is trying to continue today. Probably the same news as yesterday. BOXL, another mild continuation play from yesterday. Looks just like Rigel. The pop up, sold off. PRCP is, wow, look at PRCP, Perceptron. PRCP is now alerting, and right through the 200-day moving average in a big way. Coming into maybe some resistance right around this area here. PRCP receives new order to support upcoming electric vehicle launch. Okay, so it's part of the EVs. And that is the PRCP. PDSB, is it still up? PDSB, whoops. Yeah, no, it's not. So, I mean, it hit 252 and it is basically faded as a virus play. A little bit of news for WKHS this morning, WKHS, but again, it's just all over the place. Look at this. I mean, it got up to 1721. It's dropping quickly now. Something about deliveries beginning. It's a problem sometimes, I'm doing my pre-market work, this is what I'm seeing, and then I move on to another stock, and it's in the list, but you go back and check and you see that it's really not as interesting as it was before. CLBS. See if this one is. Yeah, the only reason I really looked at this one is because it was through the 200-day moving average. You can see the 200-day moving average right there. There's that green line, so it's right on the 200-day. Now this is one of the, maybe because I just don't know what this product is, but Reed, now again, another one that was up. It was up to $1.40. Now it's dropped all the way back down to $1. Amazon starting deliveries. I don't know what this product is. The Flying Cauldron. The Flying Cauldron is starting delivering, or is now been added to Amazon, or they're selling through Amazon. I don't know what the Flying Cauldron is. Haven't seen a crypto play in a long time. EBON. EBON. And this is actually, it's not a low float. I don't know if this was an IPO or... Is that what the read is, Thomas? See, this is what I'm reading here. Flying Cauldron launches on Amazon. Anybody know what the Flying Cauldron is? I guess I can read it. It's a non-alcoholic, a non-alcoholic butterscotch cream soda. Proudly announces the Magical Brews launch on Amazon. All right. Never heard of it before. Now, earnings season is just getting started, and JP Morgan, so it's not horrible. They're up 1.3%. JP Morgan released. Of course, this is the week for the big banks. WFC, I think it was down a little bit. Yeah, I'd say it's down 5%. WFC is down. JP Morgan up. I believe Goldman is either after hours or tomorrow before the market opens. Goldman, GS. So we have some of the big banks, Citi, pre-market. So they're actually, this is pre-market today, so they're a little bit down. They're not getting absolutely slammed. JP Morgan actually doing pretty well. JP Morgan. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Give me a second here, just find those upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. See how many there are now that we're starting into earnings season. Actually, not too many of each. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. Yeah, I see some of the. Yeah, I see a lot of downgrades for the cruisers. You're right. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Did Alt come up with a, because I saw it was up this morning. They've come up with a financing, really? Haven't seen it. I did see Alt was up this morning. All right, is this conjecture at 23, or is that's absolutely the case? Price is right there, 23. Wow, so that's good. 3.3 million shares at 23, so that's good. It's above the financing price. Yeah, interesting. Shaking it off. Somebody asked about NIO. Well, NIO looks like the sell-off is continuing, obviously. I mean, as we speak anyway. It had a great day yesterday at the beginning. It got up to, what, 1650 or so, and then it sold all the way off down to 1390. And the sell-off seems to be wanting to continue. Good morning, Coconut. And as usual, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating all day from the toolbar, sorry, I always say that, no, I was right this time. From the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar and then Barry's watch list. All right, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. Before you click on any one of those layouts, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will be replaced. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. In this window, should get some action around 9:30. Typically, I don't do any trading until at least 9:45 myself. I like to see the market settle down just a little bit. I did do a little bit of pre-market stuff this morning with IMV. I think I got in at 751 and sold at 782. I was actually looking to hold on to this, but I'm glad I got out of it. But I am definitely interested later on in the day to see if this gains any sort of traction. I mean, it's not quite an all-time high right now. No, I didn't hold anything. So Wells Fargo, I'm hearing. So Wells Fargo, okay, so Wells Fargo is now starting to give it up a little bit more, guys. This is an earnings play. WFC, starting to give it up. Yeah, I wouldn't call it tanking. Hey, listen, I'm not trying to tout it. I'm not in it anymore. I'm just trying to see if we can get another EQ today and what would be kind of a likely candidate. That's all. You know what I mean? Because obviously right there is the all-time high, so takes that out, and it is a virus play. And I do remember, I mean, if you remember EQ yesterday, I have to go maybe expand this 15-minute chart. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but this is right there is the pre-market action. That tan area right there is pre-market for EQ yesterday. Big gap up, and then it kind of faded. I mean, it's hard to see on the scale, but this is almost cut in half from about, approximately 14 to 7. And look what it did. It just rested. And then right around noon is when it started. And look what it did. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen to IMV, but, I'm just trying to maybe find one that has a similar look. And they're both virus plays. The only, a huge difference, of course, a huge difference is that this only has 8 million in the float and the other one has 54 million. How's that E-bond doing? Oh, EQ is actually rebounding nicely now. I don't know if the financing has actually, the price has been set. I don't see the price. Just 150 million. I don't see the price they're doing it at. Well, I think WK, it's all over the place. That's all you can say about it. I mean, I had some news this morning, all over the place, just like yesterday. I mean, look at the pop up. I mean, it's not for the faint of heart, this stock right now. I talked about some deliveries. Was it to Ryder? Begins delivery of electric step vans, Ryder to begin rollout, etc. So, I mean, so there is some news on it, but I mean, look at that topping tail, look at that bottoming tail. So right now, to me, it's hard to get a real good handle on it. Man, Eno is trying to come back also. So this had obviously a huge day about 2 weeks ago, all the way up to 34, and then it gets, I mean, just crushed down to 18, trying to come back. Got up to 28 yesterday. No, it's my news right here. It's it gathers news from different sources. Well, Boxel again, it's up a little bit, maybe a continuation from yesterday, maybe, though it's fading badly. I don't like this. I mean, when a stock is up at 209 and is back down to 166, that's a big percentage drop. So we're getting close to where it closed yesterday. So it may be, I only mentioned it early because at that point it was up and it looked like it maybe wanted to have a second day continuation. DPW, well, I don't really have, nothing's happening. I don't really know what to say about it. I mean, the best I can say is that it's trying to hold two. That's about it. There's no volume, so there's nothing, no action on it. And that AYTU, isn't that something to do with light? Yeah, again, no action whatsoever. I mean, it's just, to me, it's just not interesting. Sorry. Option plays window. Well, I mean, it's like anything else. The option plays. It's just trying to capitalize on momentum. A stock that's having abnormal option activity. It's sort of like watching stocks with abnormal volume. That's all. Just another way of looking at momentum. Yeah, I've got Riggle is on the watch list. 361 it hit. the virus play. Very, very choppy monthly chart. I don't, this is not a beautiful looking chart with all these topping tails and bottoming tails. But again, you just have to wait and see how it opens. Okay, give me one moment, please. Just gonna put myself on mute for a minute here. Oh, this is another one. I think I forgot to mention this one. GOSS, GOSS. Could be interesting. It's another horrible looking daily chart. The only thing I see really about it is that Cantor has put in a very aggressive upgrade, I think to $33. And that is for the GOSS. I don't see any other, I don't see any other news. But what an awful looking daily chart. And the weekly is not that much better. I mean, it's really got to clear all this, get rid of all this. But I mean, with that aggressive price target of 33, again, guys, this does not mean to just buy this thing and wait for 33. Well, look at this continuation here. Again, even. Let's see. Bitcoin mining device maker. Okay, so they're in the that's the sector. I don't really see any specific news for them today. I don't see any news for them really. No, Wriggle just popped through. Wow, big volume too. RAGL just popped through 3. Big volume came in also. The volume right there, 1.46 million. Okay, guys, Mark is going to open in less than a minute. Almost snuck up on me, so I will get rid of these two. This is going to be the day that Run and VSLR really give it up. Not very much volume yet for VSLR. Of course, I had a tremendous run. All right, everybody, we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So have a great trading day, everybody. Have this on the simulator, of course, all day. I think this one probably, I mean, listen, who knows what's going to happen with this? I mean, it's not a low float read, but this has to be one of the more fluffy press releases. But it's not a low float, 35 minutes, not excessive, but certainly not a low float. Well, wriggle just continued. Look at the volume coming in. It just continued. And I say I don't chase, so I'm not, I'm going to miss this big pop right now, but and it is a virus play. It's not a low float. It's it's pretty impressive for excuse me, a $3 stock with 168 million in the float to be doing this. All right, VXRT, yes. So what's the high right there? 1434 from 3 weeks ago. And it's just right through that now. At least it was briefly. VNRX is really giving it up. It had a big pop up here, 729, but this is really giving it up now. Still above the two. There's the 200-day moving average for VNRX. Let's see. I guess this is a virus play, VXRT. Yeah, it's a virus play. Of course, it's a virus play. So VXRT just absolutely ripping here. And we now have a halt. Oh, unfortunately, on the way down, INMB. This is an Alzheimer play. So INNB is halted on the way down. Okay, I'm just going back to see what sort of highs there were. So we have to go back to 2016 before we see this the highs of VXRT. Or actually January of 2017, so a little over 3 years ago. Yeah, they just absolutely ripped right through. Look at that. 1383 on the alert, 1471 right now. But again, I don't take these so early, and I'll miss out these runners that keep running right from the get-go. But I've seen too many times these things will pop up and down so quickly in the first 5 to 15 minutes. Well, I'm trying not to be too dismissive of this read, but Meanwhile, VXRT is just absolutely really ripping now. What's the high? Okay, that high was 1650, looking left on the monthly chart. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Well, obviously, this is the winner of the day so far, VXRT. I mean, it's just breaking through now. Look at the volume. Well, obviously, I was concentrating on the wrong one, but we'll see later on in the day. I'll see if the IMV perks up. Look at the volume. So, oh, did it get halted? No, actually, PRCP, oh, got halted on the way down. PRCP got halted on the way down. Well, if this continues like this, one more huge pop, and this will be halted too, VXRT. Here's another one, guys. CVV just got halted. CVV just got halted. Look at this move through the 200-day. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Low flow. What the heck did they do? Accelerate ECMO. Okay, that doesn't. It's obviously not a. It's not a virus play. But CVV is halted. And this is going to be, let's see, well, right now it's not stacking up to be anything special. What I'm talking about is the 430, 430. Again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is not part of Trade Ideas. All brokerage platforms will have something like time and sales with a bid and ask, okay? So, all right, well, RIGL now is now trying to do the same thing as the the IMV. As the VXRT, slightly distracted. So what did it do now? So that dropped $1 pretty quickly, 16.44 down to 15.35. So there's a dollar drop. All right, well, we're getting into territory here. Look at all these topping tails, etc. with that monthly chart. Next high looking left is 469. Good one, Julian. Or is it Julian? Wow. I mean, this is just, okay, guys. I mean, now look at this. I mean, looking left, 470. The impressive part of this is that this is a huge float, 168 million. I mean, this is looking like one of these really low floaters, but this is a huge float for it to be doing this. And halted. So what is this stacking at? 477, 477. So right now, we'll see what happens once this opens. Yeah, I can't make a recommendation like that. Somebody asked me, is it the right time to buy VXRT? All I can say is that obviously it has pulled back a little bit. But I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot make recommendations like that. The issue may be, even though this is a few years ago, this is 3 years ago, there's the high looking left, and it basically got right there. The high was 1650 and the high is 1640. So it just touched that high of about 3 years ago. All right, Codex. Ken, I just wish some of these charts look better. When I say this, I just look at this daily chart, just a lot of chop up and down, as opposed to something that's more 45 degrees down, then with a lot of room to run. Right now there's just all these little pockets of resistance. Look, I mean, it may just pop right through every one of them, but well, INNB is just not happy now. That is a big boy. Look at this. I mean, it got up to $23. It's down to $15.60 now. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but CLBS is still kind of hovering around the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys. Yeah, CVV just, okay, so that was not a good halt. That's the bad halt, as we call it. It really didn't, what did it get halted at? Around 4, got halted at 448. I mean, it did pop up, but I mean, and then it came right back down. So keep an eye. Maybe if it gets above the halt price, well, it's halted again. I'm sorry. It's halted on the way down now. So it opened and then it halted immediately again. All right, so Boxel is actually not looking too bad now. It's way above yesterday's high. It was pulling back in the pre-market. Market opened and it's done had this nice action, 10 million in the float. Boy, INNB is just again not shortable for me. And our wonderful little Hulse resumes. It's a one of the many scans that I'm sharing. And Wriggle just opened. Wow, but look, oh, it's a wild one right now. I saw 401, 410. It's wild right now, guys. Be awfully careful. Now, BOXL is really, let's see, high looking left now on the weekly chart is right up at 3 when you look left. Well, that was pretty fluffy then. VNRX really didn't do anything. Had a nice pop pre-market, but it is completely giving it up. It's almost going back to the close of yesterday. Down through the 200-day moving average, VNRX. Meanwhile, what's the SPY doing? So a nothing much really. The Dow's up just a little bit. NAS is down a little bit. SPY is down a little bit. Little disconnect. The Dow is up. Other two indices down. Oh, this is whippy. I mean, look at this. Okay, there's the IRGL. Well, I guess if I were a little more aggressive, 931 the alert, 376. 1383. What did it get up to? Wow, it got up to 1646. Now, is the Codex doing anything? The Codex is not. Boxel 218 got up to 241. And this is really still very whippy. I'm not going to lose sight of it though, the IMV. In fact, what I'm going to do is put an alert at 681 or just around 691. See if it takes it out later on in the day. I'm being a little bit stubborn on this. Just want to see if it can rest and then start to move. And I mean, guys, you got to be so careful in the wriggle. I mean, look at this. I mean, 526, and then it just drops down almost $1 in a heartbeat. I know the temptation is to chase these, but you can get really hurt. And you can see the AI had an immediate stop out. This one is actually halted down the way down. I mean, I may be, I don't want to say wrong. I mean, my focus will disappear very quickly on IMV if it just continues to sink. Okay, there's that. Again, this is probably the fluffiest press release I've seen in a bit with Reed, so I'm just going to forget about them, of course. Yeah, PRCP, I mean, it's trying to hold 5. I mean, it's a big bounce already. It's about a dollar bounce already on the 15-minute chart, PRCP. No, SPY is not looking very good. That's a pretty big red candle right now on the second 15-minute candle on the SPY. Okay, this one was really active a while ago. CLEU, China Education Stock. Up, down, up, down. Oof, a lot of whip, guys. Well, interestingly, oh, it is shortable now. All right, guys. Well, I'm in an AI trade right now. The short, pretty tight stop on it. There's only one short, so you know what it is. Boy, this is probably, this could go negative. VNRX could go negative. The way it's trading now. All right, guys. Again, I'm in that one AI short CLBS. It's not CLBS. I'm just popping CLBS up here. So, well, it's definitely. I was talking about a little earlier. It was trying to see if it could really clear that 200-day moving average. It appears that it is. Next high looking left, it's right there. Look at Wriggle now, guys. I mean, again, hopefully, if you took the trade, even if you chased it, you have to have a stop to get out, okay? Don't just wish and hope that it's going to come back. If you chase it up here, I know it's hard not to. But as long as you have a stop, okay, guys. Well, so much for the IMV. I wish it were shortable now, but it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So we've got definite, some of these high flyers in the pre-market. I mean, yes, Wriggle obviously did go up, but it is now coming back down. VXRT up, coming back down. Yeah, congrats. I mean, anybody took the bounce for PRCP off that low right there, or in that area, maybe even on the 5 break. Lumber liquidators. I actually saw it was either an upgrade or a downgrade. I can't remember. I mean, from the looks of it, it looks like this was an upgrade this morning. It's an upgrade. LL was an upgrade this morning. Nice break on the daily for LL. Great break on the daily. That's a really nice looking chart right now. I mean, it's got room, guys. I mean, now this is more like it. You see, if you look here, look how it's sort of, not 45. I don't even know what the angle would be exactly, but say 60 degrees right there on that monthly. So let's take a look at the weekly chart to see what sort of resistance there is, potential support areas. So there's the next area right up there around 1768. So that's far enough away. So LL's got some room here, guys, if it wants to keep going. It's a heck of an upgrade for LL. Oh, that's right. This is electrical. So this is an EV play. Big area. I mean, look, if it can somehow find a way to take out 651, it still has some room. All right, what is EIGI doing? EIGI, interesting, guys. Okay, looking left on that weekly chart, we have probably some resistance not that far away, around 530-ish. So I wish this weren't here. This also, I sort of mixed this one up with the INMB, but this is INMD, and it's having a pretty decent day too. Well, I mean, the good news about it for me, if I were looking to get into this, is that it's over the whole number. Love to see it just base a little bit. You know, just a little bit. I mean, it's obviously, I mean, right there is a lifetime high for it. Sort of like the CLEU. I mean, it was so whippy. This is another one of those online education. Very, very whippy. Okay, so did they do a financing yesterday? NXTC, is that the reason they got slammed down? I can't remember anymore, but it is trying to come back. Drug failure, thank you. Okay. Well, the IGI is trying. What's the float? 68 million, not a super low float. Well, I may be completely wrong. I mean, EIGI may just blow right through this area. What do they do? Software, another base. I want to see if it has anything to do with education. Look at that drop for PRCP. Guys, you got to be so careful. Look at this. I mean, got up to what? 643, drops $1 just like that for a $6 stock. I mean, you've got to be very, very careful. And it got halted on the way down. So hopefully if you were in that one, you took some profit, because this now got halted on the way down. All right, guys. Well, you have to know the one I'm in from the AI. I don't mind talking about it now. There it was. I said I took the short. There was only one short, 13.15, 12.84. I did not get in quite at 13.15, but again, look at this. Pops up to 525, right back to 5. Big volume, but I really thought, and it almost got right to the penny on that monthly chart right there. A couple of highs right there on the monthly chart. Yeah, the reason it was Wi-Fi. I mean, again, it's an AI alert, so that's why I wasn't talking about it. I flashed it on the screen. WIFI, obviously now. Oh, I see. Okay. Just trying to see if these guys are in the cannabis sector. They have to be. They talk about hydroponics, etc. They don't come out absolutely say, but they're in Colorado. GRWG, they've got to be. Aqua Bounty. I put this on the, yeah, it looked like it's trying to break out, guys. Aqua Bounty, AQB. But the market is certainly weak. I'd be a little bit wary of leery of going long anything right now, unless it's really trading on its own. All right, guys. Well, the Wi-Fi is working well now. WIFI is working very well now. If you took that short from the AI. How is JP Morgan doing? Did it hold its gains? Barely. And how about WFC, Wells Fargo? So it is still drifting down. It's an earnings play. The banks are starting to release earnings this week. Meanwhile, I mentioned LL earlier. A little lift for it. All right, Ecom. Ecom, this is on the way down. There's an alert there, 1435. Looking at the daily chart, there might be some support around 1327, which is about $1 away. And as long as the market continues to do this, this could be a potential short Ecom. And I see a lot of the SPACs are taking it on the chin here again. Oops. No, Shill's up actually a little bit. This one, well, this is I know GKK is in this, or I don't know if he's still in it, but big area for it to try to hold. There's the low right there. I'm not in this anymore. As it turns out, a heck of a pre-market sale yesterday at around 21 for me. That was a hold from 16.95, so. Okay, forget everything I said about IMV. Everything. Okay. Not shortable either. What's the best relative volume for a window? For an alert window? I don't know what the best is. I mean, I use 3 here. I don't know if it's the best. Well, it's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it might be shortable for you. I mean, all I'm saying is it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as the best. I mean, it depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for, stocks that are incredibly explosive, then you could use a, relative volume of 10. You may not get very many alerts, but if you're looking for a few more, you have to drop it. But with incredible explosiveness comes a lot. You'll get a lot of volatility too. Well, this has been definitely whippy. INNB has definitely been a whippy one. But all the way down to 13 something. Now it popped on $6. All right, I have covered some of the Wi-Fi. And now this got halted on the way up. INNB got halted on the way up. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of biding my time right now. I still have some of the Wi-Fi short from the AI, WIFI. Okay, Angie, underneath the whole number, underneath 15, on the way down here after tremendous run a few days. Even yesterday, it looked like it wanted to pump higher, then it sold right off. Continuation, and with the market doing what it's doing, this might be an interesting short. You see how much or how well it holds underneath 15. The next high or no, low looking left is 1478. But in the bigger picture, way down here, and as the market keeps moving down, something like an Angie could be a nice little short. I just took it. Oh, see, 1491. I just took the short for Angie at 1491. Gets anywhere close to 15, I'm out. Need some market help, I think, on it. A little bit of market help. Don't want to see a big green candle coming in. Excuse me. Are you kidding me? Reed is right back up. Reed is right back up, guys. Look at the volume coming in also. Well, maybe the world needs another soft drink so that they can buy on Amazon. So this is Reed. Yeah, that's a whippy one. That PRCP is a very, very whippy one. Let's see how many in the float here. Yeah, 8.5 million. That's pretty typical. But look where it got you guys. I mean, literally, look at the high right there. Look left on that weekly chart. Basically stalled right there. Now, as I think I said before, if it can take this out, it's about 650, and then it's got a lot of, well, not a lot of room, but it's got more room up to maybe the $8 level. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the Wi-Fi now. Okay, completely out of the Wi-Fi. May get back in if it takes out the lows. Because it does have room down to, well, there's the next low looking left is 1252. So not a bad little trade. Listen, I may be wrong about this. I mean, that's a tremendous bounce from 95 cents to $1.25. That is a big percentage move. I mean, it's got a lot of room, guy. I mean, listen, if it takes out $1.35, look at that monthly chart. So, okay, if it takes out $1.35 on that monthly chart, look at the room it's got. On VNet, looked like a long, but stopped out. So it was, I mean, according to it was a long. Hey guys, I'm maybe looking to exit this Angie short as the market takes a little bit of a pop here. I'm out. Now, if it gets back down into the 80s, I might get back into it, but just don't like the way it's trading right now. Gets back into the low 80s, I might take the short again. There's still a lot of room underneath. Ah, like that. Let's see. Yeah, it was more what the market was doing. You know, if the market puts in a little bit of like that green candle there, that's what really was giving me pause more than anything. I felt that it was going to track the market a little bit closely. Can always get back in. Well, LL, what a nice move on that upgrade. I don't know who it was who upgraded, but man, I short sold Angie at 14.91 and I got out at 14.95 for a 4 cent loss. So I'm shorting, if you know what shorting is, hoping the stock goes down. So I covered my short at 14.95 for a 4 cent loss. No, I just short it. Hit the big sell. Okay. If you don't know what shorting is, or the concept, I mean, basically you're just, if I want to short this at 15.70, first of all, my broker has to be able to lend me the shares to short. And so it's just reverse psychology. I'm hoping the stock goes down in price from where I get in on the short. Just think when you go long, you buy at a price and you hope, of course, you hope it goes up. When you short, you're shorting at a price and you hope it goes down. Well, Boxell's having a heck of a day. Again, education stock. Well, I'm looking at it. So we're having some bounces here. So look at I'm glad I got out of my Wi-Fi short. I'm glad I got out of the Angie short. We're having some little bounces here, maybe because of the green candle. Well, just like going long on a stock, when you click buy, you're hoping it goes up. And shorting is just the reverse. The only difference is that sometimes your broker will not have short stock to lend you to short. It's the only big difference. So you may want to short something, but you'll check and your broker will say, sorry, we don't have any short. We don't have any stock to lend you to short. Well, all brokers can short. But all brokers will have different inventories of stock. So that's why I might say I can't short at my broker, Interactive Brokers, but somebody else might pipe up and say, well, my broker does have shorts. That's all. So they're different brokers will have different inventories for stocks to short. One moment, please. Well, this is actually what a day it's had. So INB now just made a new high, and it just almost actually a new high, yes, market high, not quite a not quite taking out the pre-market high, and it just got halted again. This one reminds me a little bit of the EQ yesterday with the big pop pre-market and then the drop. The only difference is it didn't rest at all. It just zoomed up. EQ at least rested for a while before it did its thing. So DJ, I see your comment about this, as you call it, the live show is instrumental to learn more about day trades. Well, yeah, the majority of people in the trading room are day traders as such. But, if a stock, my whole thing is looking at a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. If there is a lot of room, when I say room, not a lot of resistance, there's a big void or a gap, whatever you want to call it. A lot of these trades can be held. It's up to you, of course, how you feel about holding stock overnight or I'll look at the AQB as an example. Looking left, it's got a little bit of resistance, maybe around 543 in that monthly chart, but look at this one. The INB. Now, it's because it's a bio and all. It's a little more risky, and the pop it's had, but there's no resistance anymore. It's a lifetime high, as an example. EBON. Okay, EBON is problem with EBON, and you can probably see that. Look at the spread. They almost make it that you don't want to trade it, or they don't want you to trade it. 720, 743. Now it's just tightened a little bit there, but it just dropped again. So EBON is another example. This is a stock that will be a lifetime high if you read anything about the company and you think, well, okay, I don't mind holding. You have to have a stop, of course, even if it's a swing trade. All right, it's 10:34. I'm about 4 minutes behind. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Yes, 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. EBON, guys, the spread is it may not matter later on when you see where it's going to end up. I don't know where it's going to end up, but if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can click on either A, the scans tab. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, or B, the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share. Click on download. It'll go to a Word document, and you can take a look at all the scans there. You see something you might like, because they're all named, obviously. You might see something you might want to try. All I have to do is copy the link and then file load from cloud. More than likely the link will be in this box already. If it's blank, just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. And as always, these are more or less templates. And by that I mean these, in this window here, my basic new highs and lows, if I look at it, this is the price range I like, 1 in 20. This is the minimum volume that I want to see, things like that. You, of course, may have a different idea. And of course, so you can sort of take it, and you can always adjust, whatever price range you want, or different volume, things like that, and then kind of customize it to your own. And then once you've done that, you don't have to, but if you do, then save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to the cloud, save, and now it's in the cloud. Now you cannot lose it. I want to talk a little bit about our subscriptions. There is the promo code Barry. If you click on the subscriptions tab, there's the promo code Barry for Alpha, all in capital letters. Just going to pop it in here a couple of times. All right, so this is how much trading. When you click on the link, and again, there's the promo code. So this is the link to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. Basically, we have 4 plans. We have the premium plan, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You're getting premium because you want the AI, which I'm going to go over. These are the AI alerts today. Okay, obviously a nice one from the Holly Short of Wi-Fi, but that is if you're looking to get the premium plan, that's the big reason to get it. You don't have to start off with a premium plan or an annual plan. You can just try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 less the 15%, or the premium monthly, $228 less the 15%. The discount is only good for the first month, but if you decide you want to upgrade, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 15% promo code. The links, I'm going to go over some of the links right now. So we've already gone over the subscription link. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Brokerage Plus intro. It's a great video. This is the Brokerage Plus window. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your real money using Brokerage Plus and IB, you can do so. Watch that video. It's about 27 minutes long. It's got virtually all the information you're going to need in order to do it. What I have it on right here is simulation mode, which I'm going to demonstrate a little bit later. I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. Actually, I should change that now. It's about between 1:10 and 1:30. There's a download link. Latest, what is the latest? 4.2.156. That's your latest version of Trade Ideas. If you don't know what you've got, just click on Help and About. I'm on a development version, but that'll tell you what version you've got. "20 short lessons and TI training." 2 great links, guys. I want to put these in the room. Okay, so I just want to go over these links. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, absolutely recommend going through these. I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. They're very short, but all the basics, how to build a top list, what is an alert window, how to create one, etc., etc. Okay? And then that other link, the training link, a little more involved. It does have the 20 lessons in 20 days. TI University, a lot of videos there, and Back to Basics. If you're new to trading, great little video series. We also have webinars. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. And all this is free. I'll go over this link here, the next test drive. I don't know when it's going to be. It might be in August. I'm not 100% sure when it's going to be. But if you fill this out, you will be notified. For $8.99, we give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So if you fill that out, you'll be told exactly when it's going to start and how to sign up for it. We don't have free trials, so this is a great way to get introduced to trade ideas. Okay, now I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Meanwhile, yeah, PRCP, I see this is just racing ahead here. Now here's another one, guys. Change Healthcare. All right, so this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call, when does the trading start today, Barry? Anything interesting in your opinion? Well, we're already trading. It starts. I don't understand what you mean when does the trading start today? There's all sorts of interesting things we've been talking about since 9 o'clock Eastern time. This is wow, look at the move in the SPY. That's why I got out of the Angie, guys. I'm wondering, yeah, I mean it just looked like it was tracking the SPY too closely. Well, I had a very nice trade from the AI and Wi-Fi, and a small loss in Angie so far. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies that get optimized every day. Once the market closes, the AI has access then, of course, to the latest market data, and runs through what we call an optimization procedure for all 50 of the strategies. Once the procedure is finished, you are then presented with the strategies that made the cut. These are the ones that made the cut today because they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. So if you have the AI, this is what I believe you should do. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This will pop up. You can actually incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. But you just basically wait for the alerts to happen. So there was the alert that I took, Wi-Fi. I didn't get right at 13:15, but I took this short. And you just basically, you manage the trades as you see fit. There's the real-time entry, and there's your stop. So when you say, can I link Fidelity to TI, are you talking, not to trade, you can, this is to use Brokerage Plus and to trade your real account, you need an Interactive Brokers account. All right, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So as I said, I am going to pop this into the room. I want to pop that link into the room. This link has saved me a lot of time. If you want to trade your account using Brokerage Plus, it's not mandatory, that you use Brokerage Plus to trade. Of course not. I mean, you can have any brokerage account. This is a scanner first and foremost. Okay. But if you want to use this to trade, then yes, you need an Interactive Brokers account. And automated also, yes. GTX is, I keep hearing this one. Oh, this has got some room too. GTX has got some room. If you're a beginning trader, you better just watch for a while, okay? We don't tell you what you should enter, okay? I mean, we're throwing out ideas, but I'm not going to say, okay, you should do this, you should take this. You really have to pay. The other thing you should do, I mean, I don't know if you have our program, but you should practice trading first before you commit real money. And this is a simulator that I'm going to go over using our real-time data. And this is what we call Brokerage Plus. And to load Brokerage Plus from the toolbar, new Brokerage Plus, and this window will pop up. And what I've done is I've connected it to our paper trader, our simulated trading. Okay, and it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have. It's using our real-time data. So this is how easy it is to take trades. Let's just say read. No, it's maybe something a little more interesting. Maybe GTX. Let's take GTX. Maybe something a little more interesting. Okay, take the GTX, okay? So I'm going to, and the spread is 2 cents, so I'm going to take 300 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. I'm going to buy it. The spread was 2 cents, so that's okay. So it just took the trade, okay? Simulation mode, 300 shares, $6.04, okay? Now I can start to manage the trade. Now I can put a stop in. And let's put a stop in at the bottom of that candle, or that candle there. Okay, 594, maybe a little bit lower. Add a stop order. I'm just, ahead of time, you should know where your stop is. I'm just sort of demonstrating mechanically how you can do this. Let's put a stop in at 590. So if the trade works against you, you'll be getting out of the trade if you just let it run automatically. This is in the simulation mode. But it would take you out of the trade at 590 for a $40.50 loss. I can put a target if I want. Add a target. So let's just do, I don't know, 630. 635 is a target. And again, right on the chart, you see there's my target. So if I let this run automatically, and it got down to 590, I'd lose 40.50. If it got up to 635, I'd make $94. You can move these on the chart though. So for instance, using this as maybe like a trailing stop. So let's say the trade really starts to work. You can keep moving your stop right up on the chart. Okay? If the trade is really working well and you start approaching your target, there's no reason to get out. You can just move your target. Or conversely, let's say it approaches a target and it starts to drop somewhat. Maybe you can move your target down to take your and take yourself out of the trade. So all sorts of ways to do it visually right on the chart. Of course, you don't have to do it on the chart. If you want to get out of a position, you just flatten. You want to get out of half, you half, double your position. And this is all in the simulator. So if you're new to trading, absolutely recommend that you practice trading first. Do not use your real money. Now, everything I just did, these are the only keys we've got. Flatten, half. You can reverse your position. If you're short and then you want to go long, or vice versa. And these are, of course, these are the big short keys. That's a short sell and go long buy. That's all. I'm sure you meant EBON, Fred, not ENON. So I'm actually interested in taking this one for real if it gets back over 6. That's the GTX. Now notice what happened. I let this happen. It actually got right to the stop, which was 591. It got right to the stop, took me out of the trade. See, I'm closed out of the trade. Now it has popped back up, but that's how that works. I wanted to let it show you how you can, I guess, take the emotions out. You put a stop in place and don't start to second guess. Start moving it up and down. I mean, I just put that. I'm not sure that was the proper stop. Probably down there would have been better, but I just wanted to show you how that works. Okay, guys, I'm in. So I'm interested for real on my real account. Now, how I trade, I do not flip back and forth. Do not recommend flipping back and forth. You can get too confused. I would get very confused because I cannot concentrate all day long, of course, on trading. So that's why I don't flip it back and forth here. So when I do trade, I just use just trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. Yeah, turning into my favorite day. Wasn't quite the huge gap down, but you're right. It's sort of a mini gap down, and then if the market continues to do this, this will turn into my look. Interesting. We've got a little disconnect between tech and the rest of the market. Usually, it's been the other way around. So I'm getting interested in the GTX. It's a float here. Not a bad float. 74 million. Oh, they're in Switzerland. So this is a little bit more difficult, but boy, LL. I mentioned this one back here, I think. Up on an upgrade. Boy. I mean, this still has room, guys. I mean, LL still has room. And look at that monthly chart. I think on the weekly there's some resistance around 17 something, maybe. Yeah, right around here, 1780-ish. Still has room, LL, on that upgrade. I don't know who was it who upgraded it. Was it Goldman? I didn't really check to see who it was. Loop Capital. That's who upgraded to LL. Loop Capital. So evidently they had some clout today. Oh, my big topping tail for E-bond now. What's the spread like now for E-bond? It's gotten a little bit better. 30-35, a little bit better on the way down. Boy, this looks like it's going to go negative. The NRX is probably just a real fluffy press release. I'm not 100% sure this was shortable early for me, but it is shortable now. Probably 187,000 shares. Maybe I didn't look closely enough. Wow, look at E-bond, guys. You've got to be so careful. Look at that, $8, 680, just like that. And now it's just got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, listen, I'm just going to be gone for a couple of minutes. Need a bit of a water break. Fill up my jug. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Wow. Okay. Boy, that was a good. I ended up taking this just as I was. Well, I was back for about half a minute before. Ended up taking this. Not wild about it because it is a Swiss stock, only because it trades on another exchange probably. But so I'm in at 608. Ah, and I made a mistake. Shoot, I made a mistake. I got in it, but I didn't take the number of shares I was supposed to take. And that's the GTX. I traded some out, but oops. Oh, I see what happened. Traded some out at 623. Well, that's a big disappointment. I but half the shares I wanted. Oh well. Yeah, I wish a million instead of two. Just goes to show, guys, you really have to pay attention when you're trading. I mean, it was a mistake. I mean, it wasn't a horrible mistake, but solo. What are your thoughts? I mean, all I can say is that it sold off and it's trying to come back a little bit. But right now, I mean, if I look at FUV and Workhouse or Workhorse, I mean, FUV looks a little bit better, to be honest. I mean, at least FUV is positive. I'm not saying take FUV. I'm just saying at least it looks a little bit different on that daily chart. It is positive now for the day. Solo is still, but they're choppy. They're very choppy. Well, then buy it. I can't tell you to buy. If you want it, well, if you've done your, and you have a stop in place. Ooh, it's 70 to 1. Hopefully you don't have very many shares. Boy, this turned into be a great little trade. I did not think it was going to do this, guys. Just because when it's, you know, headquartered in Switzerland, it probably means that maybe it doesn't. Maybe it only trades in the U.S. market. Well, it's on a percentage basis in a short period of time. Sure, I'll take those all day long. Boy, LL, just who is Loop Capital? I mean, I've heard of them, but I didn't realize they would have so much clout. I mean, it's the only news I can see is that they had an upgrade. Okay, so this could be the area, of huge resistance now for the GTX 643-ish. Okay, give me a moment here. Just going to answer a couple of emails. I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys. All right, so the market is looking interesting still. We've had that upturn. We had a little red bar right there, but now the next bar is green, sort of a red bar ignored. So the trend so far seems to be intact. All right, guys. Time is at 11:12. Things have settled down a little bit for me now. Not as many alerts. Yeah, Wriggle might. It looks like it's trying to base a little bit here. If it pops out of this area, that 5 minute chart, it's just kind of resting though. This is classic though. This is what I'd love to see later on in the day, maybe a little closer to the high of the day, but a rest. And then, as you know, I love this window 130 on. I'll do a clear of the window. And then we'll start to, hopefully, we'll start to see some of the stocks that were really active early that are doing this, just resting. And then, a little later in the day, traders get involved again. You see big volume, and they start to pop again. No, it's my wife. She works at home also. So CNBC. Yeah, well, it's certainly a little consolidation. Certainly. How is Wells Fargo doing? Any sort of recovery? Did it recover with the market? Not really. Just flattening out. Earnings play. So Alcoa releases after hours tomorrow. Be interesting to see what some of these, non-banks, what are they going to come out with earnings? I mean, obviously horrible quarters, but and they're not really able to guide. So it's going to be so interesting to see what the reaction to all this is going to be. I can look at it. Just have to put the link in. It's possible. I mean, your parameters are too tight. But if you can just give me the cloud link, I'll look at it. Well, they actually, and they talked about some of the banks anyway. Um, lot of trading done. Also, I'm more interested to see what the big manufacturers, what's going to happen with them. So, Coconut, did you hear what I said? Just drop the cloud link in, and I'll take a look at it. I'm sure there's a, I'm sure there's a reason. Oh, I honestly don't know, Jerry. I honestly don't know. I mean, we've had days. I haven't seen too many huge days. I've never been a proponent of a lot of Holly alerts. I haven't seen a day where we've had 20, but we can have days where 20. I honestly don't know. I really don't even pay attention to how many alerts we get. I'm just looking at the quality alerts more than the number. Plus, the other thing is that I'm always looking at stocks under 20 in the AI, so that whittles it down for me also. All right, let's see what you got. It's just one window, right? It's not a layout. It's just a layout. No, I'm sorry. It's just one window, right? Okay. All right. Well, you've got some pretty tight filters in there. I mean, that's probably one reason. Yeah, I mean, you've got some pretty tight filters in there. You know, you've got um, I don't know. Your daily, I really don't know. I mean, you've got estimated annual EPS growth. Where'd you get this from? Or did you do it by yourself? I mean, 2 million shares is, you know, that's quite a few shares, earnings per share. You've got a lot of financials in there that are, so why are you using it? Like, so you didn't create this. Why are you using it? I have no idea if it's realistic. I mean, you know, all these financial filters here, they're, you know, obviously you're just not getting any. I mean, the simple answer is that today anyway, but I even did yesterday. Did you do a history? Do a history. Or yeah, do a back test, see if there's any. So I can't answer your question. I thought there was something like wrong. There's nothing wrong. I mean, if you want to have those filters, but I can't tell you which ones to relax. You know, if you want financial data in there, I can't tell you. I don't because I don't use any of the fundamentals. Let's see if there's any. Not a good idea to do it during the day. The back tester. At last 0.5%. Here we go. So yeah, I mean, very few. I mean, you've just got very few. Like 26 total trades. I'm not even sure what my time, but the last one was on the 7th. Okay, so I mean, I don't know what you should get rid of. Why are you using it? I can't tell you what to get rid of. Yeah, well, I mean, the last alert was on July the 7th, so that's a week ago. No idea. Like, where did you get it from? I mean, you know, from Trade Ideas or somebody else? I mean, I have no idea. There's just not a lot. There's just not enough trades to be. in my opinion, to be worthwhile. All right, guys. Well, obviously, I'm out of the GTX. Not in anything right now. Look at the E-bond, man. So it came out of the halt, but it just got halted again. So I'm not seeing that many. I mean, there are, of course, some continuation plays, but in the things that I'm looking at, I'm not seeing like tremendous continuation, even though the market is starting to trend higher. Tech is still down. Interesting. That has not been the way it's been. Now, tech has been so strong, even when the markets, either the SPY or the Dow, has been down. Tech has been so strong, so taking another breather. Well, guys, I'm not getting very many alerts right now. Just kind of biding my time here. ALDX, what are you all about? So ALDX, so it's approaching last week's high, 555. Yeah, look at the volume. It is starting to come in. There's half the volume of the day right there for VCNX. Low float, 5.9 million in the float, and it popped through the 200-day moving average, right at 486. So there is basically just sitting on the 200-day moving average. Look at it go now. Good spot. It won't show up here yet because the volume is too light. I think I have a 300,000 share minimum here, but definitely a nice, great relative volume. And this has got room. I'd like to see it rest a little bit. You don't want to just chase it, but yeah, but the volume is really starting to pick up. Yeah, this is very good in terms of all. They did a financing, right? Wasn't it at 23 something? 23, well, 23, 3.3 million shares at 23. So absolutely no effect whatsoever. Yeah, we'll just sort of very mild to get rid of that one, okay? so mildly, but you know what? There are people that would just complain a little bit. So you know what? I just do it. How's Run doing? Is Run, yeah, Run and VSLR. There you go. So a pretty nice one from the AI also here, that 2045, 2123 right now. Somebody asked me what is the, well, I use it as a watch list. Okay, I mean, I like the stocks under $20, so that's why I took the Wi-Fi short early, as an example. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask you what you think of Kirk. 70. I mean, it's still far. It's still a piece away, but obviously has a lot of room that it can go. If it can take out that high of last week, it would still have a ton of room on that monthly chart. I mean, it's you could say that it's super extended on the weekly. I think it looks better on the monthly chart, to be honest. I mean, if it takes this out, the weekly chart, this is just you're in topping tails and bottoming tails and lots of chasing right now. No, it's I'm sorry, KIRK, Kirkland, whatever it is, retailer. All right, guys. Now the VCNX has showed up. Why did it show up? Because the volume finally got over 300,000 in a big way. VCNX has showed up here. Now, look, it still has room. I mean, the weekly chart 734. Can it rest over 6 just a bit, as opposed to just exploding? No, it's just exploding over 6 now. Wow. Nice spot by somebody. Look at the volume that picked up. Remember, I mean, this was less than 300,000 just here. Look at the volume that is picking up with VCNX. So a couple of things happened there. I mean, it was sitting on the 200-day moving average, 488. It was just sitting right at it. And then all of a sudden, some volume came in, more volume, more volume. Yeah, that's what it's all about, Ari. That's why it's sort of exciting to be a intraday trader. You basically try to get your money working for you all the time. And when one place starts to stop working or moving down on you or whatever the heck is happening, that you're not making money, then just get out and get into another one. Wow. This I'm just watching to see if this is going to get halted. PRCP is actually getting a little more interesting now too. I mean, it's starting to break out, just a little bit of a breakout here. So the pre-market high was 775. So the high of the day is about 675. I'm going to stick an alert there. It takes that out. I mean, this could have another run. Well, this is doesn't it's not an all-time high, but it's almost, I guess, almost an all-time high for LRN. There it would be, I guess, right there. Haven't seen Funko for a while. Yeah, another one that, yeah, look at the volume coming into that one. That has a little bit of room to six, so not that much room. I mean, it's got about 30 odd cents before it's going to hit some resistance. CB. Well, this could get really interesting. It takes up the high, guys. I mean, it's got some room, as I say, to about the 760 mark. So it would have about $1 up into this area for PRCP. Again, this is an EV play. Easy come, easy go, up to 670, down to, then drops all the way down to 6. There's the big pullback. You cannot take, it's hard to take a lot of shares. We have a wider stop, but this still has room. And that's the VCNX, sorry, real. Interesting. I didn't realize Delta had earnings released today. There's really not that much of a reaction. Boy, I wish this weren't here. This is another. It's coming in the options play, but it's just looks like there's too much resistance close by for AXGT. Well, do I have a reversal? I have there's one I call trend reversal. So if you click on the scans, or if you click, your pick, but you can see trend reversals. Um, down big yesterday, reversing today, up big yesterday, reversing today. There are a couple of reversals, not so much intraday. Um, Bouncers, toppers, they can be reversals. All right. And then the other one was trend reversals. Trend reversal up. So these are stocks that have been kind of beaten up. So you can take a look at those. Ah, that cost me. I wanted to get into the PRCP. Well, let's see if it holds, or is it going to break right through 7? Well, here, click on the scans tab. They're all here. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I shared, download. It'll go to a Word document, and then you'll see all the links. Just copy the link and then file load from cloud. Once you copy the link, just file load from cloud. The link should appear here. If this box is still blank, then paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. Okay? Well, guys, I wanted to take PRCP. Right on that break there, but I was just explaining to Luke. So, Luke, you owe me money. Well, maybe there's still a chance. It's, well, oh, lots of shares. 400,000 shares, Eli. Oh, well. Congrats, guys, who took it. PRCP, just be aware of this area now, right around here, this 770-ish or so. 770 to $8. Looks like there's pretty decent resistance. Look at the volume that came in too. I mean, that's the biggest volume, 15-minute volume bar of the day. That's why I'm excited about this window later on in the day. Get something like this. This is not quite a rest, but I mean a little more consolidation, and then we get a big volume pop. Well, checking my watch list, I don't think the CLBS did anything. 245, not really. The Wriggle 480 did get up to 528 before it fell. E-bond 720, got up to 755. Nothing fantastic. AQB I think kind of fell. Not really anything. So not too much excitingness or excitement in my watch list today. All right, now the NAS is positive. Ha! Well, yeah, we'll see. I mean, if this bases and bases and bases, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm not going to give up on it. If it bases like this, what's the high? Right there is the high. It would have to, for it to trigger in here, it might have to be something that you thumbnail though, and just watch for some volume that pops it. Because I have it thumbnailed. Wow, what a bottoming tail for Funko. 529. I mean, that's so. But look at the volume. Look at the volume that came in here. 800,000 shares, more than half the volume of the day right there for Funko. How come I don't? I just don't like anything less than 5 minutes. That's not a recommendation. It's just that I just find that my trading style, I don't like to see anything less than 5 minutes. Way back when, I used to always use a 2 minute chart, but I stopped that years and years ago. Okay, guys, just one moment, please. Well, I was definitely wrong about the AXGT. I thought this would stall it more, but it's just like it wants to zip right through. It takes out four. I mean, it has some room to about that 450 mark. I don't really track, no, Ari. I mean, I have an idea, but it's officially no. I really don't. I'm not a big record keeper. I know everybody says to keep a journal and all. I used to a long time ago. I don't anymore. I recommend that people do keep a journal. It just, I don't. All right, guys. PRCP is interesting. It's just bouncing around that 7 level. See if it gets back over 7. I'm just waiting on that one to see if it gets back over 7. Ooh, look at this one. Look at Shill just absolutely exploding here. Shill, SHLL. Big volume coming in. Big explosion right there. All right, so PRCP is over 7 again. Be taking my break very soon. This is another one that is really rebounding well. NXTC really, really rebounding well after yesterday's disaster. NXTC. Yeah, I see what you're looking at, Fred. Yeah, it has some room on that daily chart. Maybe 380 might stall it, though. To see who's on today in the YouTube feed. Just watching some of the other SPACs, FMCI still negative. Graph is negative. Keep an eye on this NXTC, guys. If it takes out 10, I mean, this is trying to really come back. I mean, this is obviously a lot of room. Got beaten up yesterday, I think, on negative data from whatever drug they've got. But it is really trying to come back. You know, obviously taking out 10 would be a big psychological level for it to break through. Yesterday's high was 13, just around 13. All right, third time a charm maybe for a PRCP breaking through 7. Lots of volume, lots and lots of volume for this. Look at that, 48 million shares. So it has traded the float about a little less than 6 times. Just a minute, please. Okay, FNKO, yeah, what a move now. The declining volume, very, look at that 5 minute, very much so declining volume right there. So well, PRCP has been a challenge, guys. I've been kind of in and out. I would say I'm basically broken even on it. That was a real challenge. Can't wait to see later on in the day. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break very soon, so I'm just going to put the announcement in the room. Yeah, if I had my entry a little bit earlier, absolutely. But that's okay. I think IMV is dead, guys. I don't think it's going to do anything remotely that I thought it could do. So Now it's it's breaking down. I wish it were shortable for me. Okay, guys, this looks like is this an IPO? And if it is, it's huge. NCNO? Let me just do a check here if this is an IPO. That's a huge IPO if so. Yeah, it's an IPO. Wow, that's crazy. Are you kidding me? The IPO price 8 million shares at 31. Who's behind this? Cloud based. Oh, some pretty big ones. Bank of America, Barclays, KeyBank, SunTrust, Robinson. So I mean, the, the IPO is at 31 and it's at 72. I think I left a few dollars on the table. Because I think I'm leaving the YouTube feed. I think Steve Gomez is going to take over very soon. Just waiting for him to appear. You're in? Okay. Okay, Steve, I'll stop my stream now.
All right, hello everybody. I believe you have eyes on my screen now. I'll be taking over here for Barry in the afternoon session. So welcome to my screen. If you have any questions, you guys have figured it out how to use the chat window. I'll pay attention to the chat window. Hello, can you turn your volume up a tiny bit? I can try that, sure. Let me see if I can do that. Desktop audio, yeah, my mic audio is full up. So there's not much more I can do beyond that. Looks like my sound meter, as you can see, is peaking into the yellow there. That's the best I can do for you. All right, I'll go off and on mute accordingly for a while. Just some observations after a big outside day yesterday, a bearish engulfing candle. Pretty decent action so far to try and rebound. No follow through to the downside, so that's good for your 401ks anyway. I have, excuse me, I have these two indicators up, RBI, red bar ignored, and GBI, green bar ignored. And as you can see, the red bar ignored, which would be the bullish ones, are just moving higher. There's your red bar and your continuation pattern. This alert is not talked a lot about. It's not very prominent, and it's also not part of the channel bar package. So you have to basically find your way to it by going to the new menu, and there it is right there, Premium, RBI, and GBI. The reason it says Premium is it's not part of the standard package. It's a premium alert. Personally, I don't think it should be. I've been lobbying in some of our meetings to bring that down to a standard version, or even try and find a way to bring that into the channel bar so it's more accessible to everybody. But essentially, this alert is looking for 4 green candles followed by a red candle, and once that red candle closes, if the subsequent candle after the red candle ticks higher, that could be a continuation type pattern. So we're ignoring the red bar. That's why it's called red bar ignored. And seeing a lot of those today. I'm not seeing any to the downside. The green bar ignored, where they have 4 red bars and then you ignore 1 green bar and go back to a fresh low. I'm not seeing any of those today. So it's purely a bounce right now in the market, as indicated by this RBI scan that we have. Thank you, Mike. Let's see here. Maybe I'm going back too far, but RIGL, somebody was asking about that. Giant day, big reversal on the wick on the upside. I'll tell you, you guys know me, I don't like to play things once they have broken this 10 period moving average. In my book, if this thing was going to be a superstar today, it should have bounced right there off of that moving average, and it didn't do so. Somebody else telling me to turn up my volume. Well, I'm trying to turn up my volume. I've got my microphone settings all the way up. I can turn it back up. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. It's got to be on your end, you guys. Yeah, where the hearing aid turned up. Okay, so looks like we're caught up on questions, I believe. Somebody was also asking about aging back in the... I see this one just bouncing in no man's land there. So, you know, we have 2 shorts currently in the Neo Holly. And again, I try to remind people this 10 period moving average is the momentum. As long as the price stays under that line, if it's a short, stay in the trade. Let this thing try and go back to lows and work for you. If this trade were to bleed back up and close with a green candle above that moving average, then it's time to get out. The momentum is broken. And that's as simple as I try to make it over here. The other trade, well, it was a short as well, and it is fighting its way through the moving average. It looks like that one also stopped out right there, so it didn't have much more meat on that bone. Looks like a rather quiet day for the AI. Sometimes that happens after a big day, which was yesterday, a big down day. Red candles, engulfing candles. All right, so questions are open. If there's dead air, don't hold it against me. I'm just in observation mode over here. I don't really have any positions. Most of them were were trimmed yesterday to the long side. Kind of back to the drawing board in terms of ideas. Beautiful how silver, Pan Am silver, just caught that moving average right there and held it. At least a couple times a day, I like to go through this scan, the A table, and see if anything is setting up. There's no guarantee that they're setting up. That's an interesting one. AXDX, what are they? Accelerate Diagnostics. They've got 56% short the float. That's kind of interesting. So what you do is you'd maybe come back here and look at those high wicks and pop an alert in there like that, and then you won't miss it if you're interested. Wayfair, they've been in the news lately with some interesting news. If you know, you know. That looks ugly. A lot of things look like Peloton today. Just a big giant reset yesterday, and where we go from here. Big doji. How do you ask Holly to auto trade for you? Well, you've got to have your Brokerage Plus up, and then you've got to have your Holly AI tab up. And from here, I like to just double click the segments, the 4 Neos, right click, enable. And now in simulated paper mode, if anything pops up in here while we're talking, those will populate as a new AI trade. AI tab, find the strategies you want to turn on, and enable those with a right click. So going forward here for the hour, we'll have possible new positions pop in from the AI Neo. Yeah, let's just flatten that simulated trade. That's not working. I'm going to flatten that one too because I'm not in anything in my real account. There's really no reason to be anything in here in the simulated account. So that should be how you do that, Debbie. Somebody's asking about ALDX, or at least typing ALDX. It's a beautiful example, nice daily chart for sure. Don't know where you found it, it doesn't matter. It's doing 3 times relative volume, which is very important. And most importantly is a test pass. Test pass. You got to stay in this trade. Now, let's say you're in this trade and you've been in all morning. Right about now, you literally want to reach over to the keyboard and tweet to the world how smart you are because this thing is at new highs. You know what you should be doing right now? You should be selling 1/3 right here, in my opinion. I don't know what your time frame is, but I don't like to sell when when things roll over and trailing stop out because everybody's running for the damn exit at the same time. You're going to get a shitty fill, and you're in the end, your trades are not going to add up. If you are one who takes trades off as you have 2 giant green bars, the moment you want to stand up and raise your arms in utter victory, you should sit back down and sell 1/2 because you have what they want. And in this moment in time, you have exactly what they want. They're willing to pay almost anything for it. So give it to them. Take your profits. If you take your profits in this fashion, at the end of the month, the end of the quarter, the end of the year, your trades will significantly create more value in your account than waiting. Again, I know I like to use the moving average, but if you're always just going to wait, if you're going to leave this on the table and not take it, and you're just going to wait for the moving average to fail, you're basically using a trailing stop and you're running with the herd. You want to run with the herd on your entries. You want to run against the herd on your entries, and you want to run against the herd on your exits. It's like an NFL defensive back. You know, you get so good, it's so hard to create separation for a wide receiver. It's so hard to create separation against those professional cornerbacks and defensive backs that when you do get separation, you should take it. You should take that ball and take it because otherwise you're going to be blanketed. It's a goofy analogy, I know, but I'm just trying to illustrate the benefits of being a contrarian, and that includes taking profits as a contrarian, not hoping for more. I mean, how much more do you want to get? This is a half an hour of solid green there. That's a pretty darn good move. Take some off and reward yourself. All right, that's my sermon for taking profits. That's a good-looking chart, whoever brought that up. It says Holly AI is off. If you don't have permissions to Holly AI, then you need to contact the accounting department and see if you're turned on. But if you're enabled, you should be able to do what I did using the AI tab. You should have permissions in here, and you should be able to come in and turn these on or off. If not, like I said, I'm not able to help you there. I'd have to direct you to the accounting. All right. In trade ideas, I can get filter information for the size of shares on the bid and ask on level. The only thing that you can get, and I'm going to just draw everybody's attention to this, all right? His question has an operative word in there. The operative word is bid and ask. So let's type that word in. Okay, large bid size. All right, what's this? Let's click into this, add that alert, and there you go. If you want to see a bid size that has 50,000 shares or higher, you can select that qualifier at 50,000 and enable that alert. And from there, anytime our level 1 has nothing to do with level 2, anytime our level 1 sniffer senses a stock with a large bid over 50,000, you theoretically should be alerted to that moment using that setup. Is it possible to get filter information on the size of the shares of the actual print? Well, those are two different things. Bid, the one we just looked at, is an option for you. And then the size of the print, you have to go to what's called a block trade. This is probably what you're looking for here. Add that alert, same thing, qualifier. I want to see anything that has a 100,000 share block print or higher. So you would enable that event, qualify it with that field right there, and then launch it. And you'll start to see in real time block prints in the same fashion of the large bid. Now, 2 minutes ago, remember I was saying you should be selling up here? Well, people at 576 are starting to wish they had a sell order at 595. So these don't last long, these moments in time, you guys. You got to take advantage of them. Don't get greedy. Could you show how to save a specific window to the cloud? Very good question, and we can do that. I want to save a specific window, not the overall layout. Yeah, sometimes when we say, guys, hey, send us the cloud link to your scan, one of the worst things we get is when somebody goes and says, oh, cloud link? Okay, let me first get unlocked here. Sometimes my system pauses. This is not what to do. Save to cloud. Oh, entire layout. You want my entire layout? No, I don't want your entire layout. What you want to do is you want to go to the single stocks, the A table, for example. Right click inside the meat of the window. Save or share to cloud. Clicking the save button will do that. So if you're on a channel bar and you just click the save button, you're good to go. It's in your cloud bank. You can always retrieve it from that point on. If you just want to share it with somebody, you would click save and share. Like if you want to send us a copy of your cloud, you would use that function. You would go copy, and then you would paste it either in an email or a chat, like right now. So hopefully, Hughes, that helps. Taking profits is one of the things I really need to work on. Any advice on when and how? Peter, that was in my sermon, man. Be contrarian. Go against the herd. Find separation from that NFL defensive back. That's when you can receive the ball. If you're just going to run around with the herd, you're never going to break away and grow your account the way you really could grow your account. So you see extended candles, and you're in that trade, you're hooked up, and those extended candles mean profit to you because you have participated in those green extended candles, just take a third off. You'll be amazed how well and good it feels subconsciously to take a half or a third off. It satisfies that anxious demon that's tapping you on the shoulder saying, hey, this trade's up pretty good here. And the other demon's tapping you saying, hey, hold out for more, be greedy. You want to ignore that demon and say, yeah, I'll take this big move. And guess what? It's okay because I still have some to participate if it goes higher by the close, which this one just might well do. But tomorrow it could take it all back. And you just have to take profits when you can, not when you have to. And what I mean by taking profits when you have to, that's the trailing stop method. To me, that's the greedy method. A trailing stop is a greedy way to trade because you're constantly waiting for that bigger move and you're never taking it. And as opposed to a bird in the hand, take it. This holds true on gap days. Let's say you take ALDX and you sell a third where I said might be a good idea, and it closes on highs. You're still long 2/3. Great. Let's say it opens up at 7 tomorrow, gaps up. I would take that another third right there on the gap up. Giant gap ups that win in your favor are usually regrettable if you don't take advantage of them and cash in a little bit. So I always try and take a bit off on a gap up as well. That's the only way to really get better at taking profits. you got to do it when they're reaching up and buying, not when everybody's running for the same exit at once. Okay, I think we're caught up. Good. I read the ebook you guys sent out about earnings season. What I don't understand about its organization is how the days are represented. Sure, the number. Okay, so we have this wonderful tool in our single stock window that tells me ALDX is going to report pre-market on August 6th. Well, we also have a way in which we have a numerical value. And here's the answer to that. Any positive number means that earnings are coming up. Let's say you see a positive 1.75. Well, the 1 means it's coming up in 1 day, and the 0.75 means it's after market. If you ever see 0.25, that means it's pre-market. So if you saw something positive 2.25 earnings as a value and not the date, that means in 2 days pre-market, the stock is going to have earnings. Now you'll see on a lot of the earnings scans, there are people that are playing earnings, they're behind us. And so if you see a value of -1 or negative 0.75 or negative point, any negative number means that date is now behind us in that many days. So a negative 3.75 would have meant it reported 3 days ago in the afternoon. The only really tricky part is 0.75 means afternoon earnings and 0.25 means pre-market earnings. Yes, Peter, don't be greedy. It really doesn't pay to be greedy. And like I said, if you're going to wait for trailing stops, that's being greedy. Be grateful. Take that 2 15-minute giant green candle push. And more importantly, it's not just arbitrary to go, hey, there's 2 green candles, great. It's important to look back in history and look left and see, is there another reason that I should be selling here? Well, let's look left, and I see a pretty darn good pivot level. I see resistance back here, resistance here, and then it broke, it came back, kissed that level, and then broke down. So this seems to be a pivot level. And where we're approaching that, there we're back to right back to where we wanted to take profits the first time, in theory. So we did, and guess what? Good news. You took profits right where you should have, and you're still long 2/3. So if this thing is going to pull back and gather some more steam and push through that orange line, what's going to be our next level that we want to stay ahead of? I'm going to say probably right there. If we can get this thing up to 650, 660, take another third off at that level. And then maybe that third down the road, you'll be lucky enough to get that. But always look left. I didn't talk about that as much as I should have. It's very important to look left, not just random levels because $500 feels like a great profit that you never break into and it's up 500. Well, sometimes you can get out a bit soon. Maybe there's another 10 cents before that next real big obvious resistance level comes up. All right, let's get that off the screen. Five in terms of a earnings. What's the symbol? Do you have a symbol for me? We'll look it up and see how it transposes onto my single stock window. Yeah, do you see a certain symbol showing you that 5? I normally don't see that. Now there may be companies that report earnings during market. Kind of very unusual, but that's what that could be. But I'd like to marry up the symbol. If you could give me the symbol, I can plug it in and we can see what the single stock window says using the date format, the actual date format, not the numerical format. It's the automatic setup you got from the link. Do you have the link? I can open the link in the chat window here and we can explore it. Just make sure you don't give me a full layout because it depletes all the data I have in here when I go back to reload my layout. Well, the 0.5, I'm not familiar with it because I don't see it that often. But I'd have to guess if 0.25 was pre-market and 0.75 was aftermarket. I'm going to go ahead and put it out there and say that 0.5 must be that company may be reporting during the market. I haven't seen very many stock symbols that have that value. They're either 0.25 or 0.75 to delineate AM or PM earnings. Yep, that's about as good as I can come up with, I think. But yeah, that's the reason why we do the noontime Q&A here. There's a lot of questions that can be generated quickly in a 24-hour period by our users, and so we try and send everybody in here to get a good visual demonstration, a good answer, best answer we can give anyway. All right, we're all caught up. Let's check in on some of these AI trades. Again, the moving average is working, but still being tested here. Now, if I was short this, and the stock did go to a fresh new low, let's look left. Looks like it did already clean out these levels, so it could come down to this level. But just get in the habit of looking left onto your daily charts to see where possible prior support and resistance may be. I don't see the link in chat yet. If you send a link through chat, I can open it, but nothing was pasted and sent through yet. For some reason, maybe YouTube is suppressing links coming in this direction. That may be the case. You're welcome to send it to info@trade-ideas.com, and I can take a look over there in a minute or two and see if I can bring it up from our main email. Yeah, it's probably a protective measure. I think only I can send out links to people. That would prevent anybody from coming in here and putting in malicious links into the chat window and people clicking on them. Because you just can't trust people these days. So yeah, info@trade-ideas.com, and I'll see if I can grab a copy of that. All right, I just saw it come in here. Let's grab that. And fingers crossed it's not going to be a complete layout. All right, I'll leave this open. There's a bit of a delay here on my audio. Go ahead and tell me what you'd like me to look into. A lot of these earnings dates there at 0.75, 0.15. So what you do is double click. Let's double click that, okay? Earnings date. Now we're sorting by earnings dates, upcoming earnings. Okay, so we would scroll down basically right here. These two say 0.75. And what do you know? Look at that. July 14th aftermarket. And notice we even put it in red for you to really gather your attention. So if you're thinking about going long this stock, we try to say, hey, you know, trading gods have a funny way of punishing people that don't know earnings are coming up. You might want to pay attention to that. No, this is a good scan to just let you know which ones are coming up into earnings. Now, let's just take a look at this for a second. Our earnings date, all we have are earnings that are upcoming. What if, let's do this, let's duplicate the window and try a different flavor. As soon as it lets me in, when I broadcast, my system freezes. But that's okay, you guys are worth it. Let's go into filters. And again, oh, okay, so that was the configuration, 0.5 to 0.5. Okay, so I think they're saying they're going to use the 0.5 in the configuration to say either or, both morning and evening, 0.25, 0.75. Or maybe these are just, actually, maybe this just means earnings dates excluding the AM earnings and only afternoon earnings and longer. There's a reason they did it. I'm not sure. But in the end, it gives us what we want. But what if we did this? What if we want to play the earnings? Because when stocks come off of earnings, that's where all the new players come in and the new data is absorbed and modeled. The big guys are remodeling. The young day traders, the short-term day traders, young and old, are coming in trying to catch some momentum on the day. So the day after earnings are the days in which we can have a lot of momentum and direction. So how would we scan for that? Well, let's just pop this in here. Let's say we only want to see stocks that are minimum negative 0.25 up to negative 3 days past. What does that give us? Okay, where stocks will be reported coming up. Let's just go ahead and launch it and see if we get anything interesting. Okay. My earnings dates are totally skewed here. I did something wrong. Let me go in and change that. I know what I need to do. Okay, so it's a question of using the maximum column here, not the minimum. I want to suppress everything up to negative 1.75 and a minimum value of 0. This should show me the only stocks over the last day and a half that just had earnings, I'm hoping. Let's see what we get. Why is that not right? Now I'm confusing myself. How would we see only the earnings dates that are behind us? I thought that was it. right, so let's do this. Negative 0.25 and maximum negative point, no, maximum negative 2.75. That should just give me that window only. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. Let's see. I think I know. We'll get this combination correct one way or the other. Maximum is going to be 0. Minimum is going to be negative 2.75. I think we're going to back ourselves into what we're looking for here, what I'm trying to get to. There we go. All right. So this is a much more condensed list. Let's invert that. Okay. So the least value we have now is, I'm going to close that, is the negative 0.75. These are all stocks that should have had earnings. July 13th pre-market. Okay. Hey, look at this. This one gapped down today. Hey, this one's in play. Look at that. The moving average is pushing. This thing might want to go to lows. And the point is, a day after earnings, chances are you might get the momentum in the direction you're looking for. So I basically took what you've had here. You had earnings that were upcoming, and I have flipped this scan to show you earnings that have just taken place in the last 2 days. So all these ones near the top with the lowest values have just had earnings. And there might be some interesting plays in there. So hopefully that shedded some light on how you can use the program to circle in to what you're really wanting to look for, or other variations. So let's talk about the market here. The NASDAQ let us down yesterday. As you can see, the moment in truth right there was when we broke. All right, we broke right there. Oh, jeez, I don't need that. We broke right there, and then we confirmed that the moving average now had a hold of the upside, and the price was just thrown out the window. Another somewhat of a test there. But now, if things were going to get worse today, I think it would have happened back here at this point, as we couldn't get back above that moving average. But we now have a full hour, over an hour of candles closing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles closing. Digging in here on my 15-minute chart, my moving average is now flat and turning back up. So the price action is now being held back in the hand of the moving average. This is constructive. The day is not over yet, but the price action, I think, has avoided catastrophe. As I said, that could have happened right back here and didn't. It's regaining its strength and digging in, and it's just kind of settling in here. That's rather constructive based on all the data that we have at the moment. Yeah, I can send you the same single stock window link that I have. So we would just save or share to the cloud, and share and copy. Of course, when I put a stock in there, there's more info for you. But I can just dump and paste that cloud window in there for everybody, and then you can have the same single stock window that I'm using. Sector strength today is in the oil service sector. It did not sell off yesterday with the rest of the market and is holding. The gold miners are also bouncing very strongly today. Solars are strong. Steel is strong. I've got X. I've been watching X. I'm looking for an entry. Our 401ks here at Trade Ideas, they just finally allowed us to go self-directed, which means I don't have to pick from a fund anymore. I can actually put into a cash account and trade the 401k. And my first trade is going to be U.S. Steel. I just needed to back up and slow down a little bit for me. I would love to buy U.S. Steel right here. as it popped back up on the daily and is doing the same thing we talked about a minute ago. Moving average flattening, turning back up. The price action is now being supported. I think this could be a good long-term hold for my 401k. That'll be my first buy, probably tomorrow. I would love it if the price would pull back today into this area and just kind of give me this general area right there to buy. Okay, I see a question. I'm 4 days into TI. Seems like my gap percentage column's not updating during trading hours. I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to, Thomas. A gap is going to be set in stone the moment the bell rings. So if I was to travel over to the pre-market window right now and pull up all the gap scanners, they're all just static. So a gap is an overnight occurrence. So once the bell rings, there's no adjustment to the gap values. Tonight the bell will ring again, and then tomorrow, pre-market, those values will be jumping all around because it's pre-market. But once tomorrow's bell rings, those values tomorrow that are in the gap screen will freeze as well. So I've had that question come up before. It's just kind of a misunderstanding of what a gap is. Maybe you won't know, and I'm sorry to say it that way, but that's the answer. They are never going to update in real time for you during the market hours. They're only going to update in real time pre-market. Once the bell rings, they're set in stone. How can I show the current gain? Well, what you could do is, the easiest way to take any of your configurations of your scan is to go to the search column first. And if you want change from the close, I would just type change from the close, and there it is, either in dollars or percent. I like to do percent, and then from there, all you have to do is just assign that change from the close, assign that to be a column, which I already have. And then you will see all the values of how they changed. Unless you want to see change from the open. Because you were asking about gaps, you might want to see change from the open, Thomas. I don't know, it's up to you, but the beauty is we give you the option to do either change from the close or change from the open. Or change in 5 days, or change over 10 days. That's always a good one too. The ETF top list I can share with you, but it's going to have to be, you're going to have to add your own symbols. As you can see, my symbols will not translate over to you. You have to go in and create a symbol list, new list, whatever you want to call it, and then create symbols inside that list. Where's my ETF? It is. Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it at all. There we go. So these are the 33 or 34 ETFs that I have in there. Sometimes they change, but if I want them to change, I've got to add them and subtract them from this list right here. And then once that list is created in symbol lists, you have to go to configure, and then you have to point this towards that list. So you go to tab symbol list. You're not going to see it here just yet. You've got to come over here, add existing, and then look for it. Find the name you gave that folder of symbols, click it, and then you can checkbox it, and you're good to go. I can, however, share this scan, but it's going to come through to you as nothing more than a shell. You're going to have to add your own symbols to that. And I will put shell on here just to remind you. The variables are just super simple. I've got change from the close, and I'm double clicking that. And I have also color coded change from the close, so I can see the darker green ones are the strong ones down to the weak ones of the day. And I do use this scan a lot just to kind of feel for where the money is flowing each day. Yeah, so the cloud code that I shared, Thomas, you'll have all the same variables. But they're really, if we look at it, there's no real filtering. I just want to see what are those symbols, what are those 33 symbols doing, and sort them accordingly. So if we go to filters, I really have nothing in here. There's actually nothing at all. It's literally just a shell with some columns. Change from the close, relative volume, and 30-minute change. So 30-minute change is an interesting one too. You can come in here and let's double click on that. We can see the colors disappear, but in the last 30 minutes, solars, steel, and software And by the way, if you scroll over to the right, there's your cheat sheet right there. Company name will tell you what ETF that is. Gold miners, junior gold miners, technology, China ETF. So that'll all be set for you, which is good. But you're going to have to include the guts yourself, meaning your own symbol list. All right, alert just went off, and this is probably one that we talked about earlier. And you can see how easy it is when you set an alert to tell you when the levels are taken out. You can now say, hey, you know what? I'm going to log into my account and buy that because I liked it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just a nice little nudge. Sometimes the best alerts are the ones you set and forget. Red and blue lines in the chart. Oh, these are my moving averages. That's all. It's a 50-day moving average, a 20-day, but the biggest moving average I pay attention to is this one, the 10-day moving average. Boom, successful test. Boom, successful test. Another successful test. And another successful test this morning. As long as it's riding that moving average, I'm happy. These other ones are just backstops. All right, so this is an example of the downside. There's only one or two names coming through here, but Play, P-L-A-Y, had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles. Then it had this doji candle, and that doji candle was taken out by the next candle, and that's why we see the alert right there right now. And again, look at all the different names on the upside and only 2 names on the downside. That kind of gives us a flavor for what's happening today. That bounce, that correction, that pullback that we had yesterday is being completely eaten back up today by the buyers. All right, I think we're caught up on questions. The RBI window is red bar ignored. So all of these, we can go into each one of these and see them. Let's go into ones earlier. One that makes more sense. Well, this will make sense, but you have to have at least 4 green bars. In this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that doji is considered a red bar because there's no color in it. We will consider a doji as a reversal bar. But look at what happens. The moment that next green bar took out that doji, that's where we got our signal right there. I can go back in time and look at some other examples. Beautiful example. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green bars. There's our little red bar, which is an attempt to reverse the price and sell it off. Well, that attempt to reverse the price was negated the moment the new high, the moment the next candle took out the prior candle's red bar high. And all of this has been to the upside since that alert came out. So it is an alert to show you continuation. And if you have a premium subscription, you have the ability to see this. So now when I click through, look at where the blue arrow is. The blue arrow is going to show us the candle after the red candle. And basically, once that red candle was taken out, the new high, the alert comes through. Oh, there's an interesting one. Look at that one. That one provided some nice benefits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles. There's our red signal candle. We're going to ignore that the moment it's taken out. And there was your entry in real time right there. Watch Wriggle and see. I've seen REIGL. Hey, it recaptured that moving average. How about that? CLSK. What's interesting about CLSK is look at how it tagged the moving average I just talked about. Literally, it touches that average and the bots reverse on a dime. These are the entries I like to watch. So if CLSK came out 2 days ago and you're watching it going, oh man, I should buy it up here. No, keep it on your radar and wait for it to come back and either fill the gap or even better, touch that 10-day moving average and look at that. That was the moment of truth, about to the penny almost, it looks like. Don't be this person buying that high after this day down here. Be the person that waits and stalks and waits for a reason to buy. Take it off the hands of the people that chased it and are now panicking and second guessing what they're doing. All right, just backtracking here. I think we're all good on the questions. I've got about another 6 or 7 minutes or so before Barry comes back in. So if you're like waiting your turn to pick a brain, pick away. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the column, good question. Some of these columns, you'll see my column headers are all text. For some reason, they default to the squiggly, goofy little icons that are associated with each column and filter. To get the simple text headers, you right-click and you go to Properties. And then look at that. In Properties of most Windows, you've got this option, and I've checked it, text headers. Look what happens if I turn it off. Then we get this gibberish. And I don't blame you for not understanding that. So Properties, text headers, I do that on all my scans. Makes life much easier. Hopefully that's what you were asking about. Yes, the page where they're all explained. Here's the easiest way to do it, okay? There's a giant documentation page, but let's say you want to know about position and range. What does position and range mean? Okay, well, we have all these time frames for position and range, so the whole family. Well, what's the position and range family? You go right here and you click Help. Help takes you to the giant all-encompassing documentation, but more importantly, it takes you to where you want to be, because if you look, this thing is pretty darn extensive. If you want access to that whole page by itself, the easiest way to access that is to go to the toolbar, click on Help, wait a minute. There used to be an online help here. Frequently asked questions. What's that all about? That must be new. That's not what I'm looking for. Alert filter, there we go. They changed the name. It used to say online help. Alert and filter definitions. If you click that, you will come into that main page. So that is where all the stuff is. You can knock yourself out. But I find the easiest way to do it is to bring up the actual filter you want and then click the show column or click the online help button for that. And it'll take you to that page right at. All right, so let's talk about this. Volume coming in to CLSK. It looks like there could be a little bit of volume, but I'm going to show you something. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of volume there. But more importantly, what's happening up here? The 5-minute volume is only at 67%. It's not even at normal volume. Normal volume is going back about 2 weeks. Now, we have had some decent volume over the past couple of weeks, so it's looking at this data set. But in the moment, the 5-minute candle is only doing 67. I would love to see something like 200 or 300%. So if you grabbed my single stock window earlier, you can have those data points. And that's the first thing I look at if I want to know if volume's coming in. If stock's breaking out through a resistance level, one of the first things I look at is head in and hope that the volume 5 minute, 1 minute is above 100. Now we got 1 minute volume at 100%. So this is, helping. We would like to see these numbers grow and correspond with the green price candles backed up by an increasing 1 minute and 5 minute volume. That would be nice. All right, just a couple more minutes here before Barry kicks back in at his normal time. Oh man, SX US Steel is not going to pull back for me, huh? What I would like it to do is to catch this 20-day moving average right here, pull back a little bit. Like I said, just chop around. I'll take anything between 770 and 7. All right, last chance for one more question before I have to take off. And Barry's back in. For the best learning curve, I show up to these noon sessions, show up to our afternoon webinar sessions. There's no easy way to shorten the learning curve with trading other than getting in, whacking around, and making mistakes cheap. Just make your mistakes cheap and learn from what you do, and you'll start to devise your own method, your own time frame. Some people are into 5 minute trades in and out. Some people are into 5 day trades in and out. Either way, 5 day hold or a 5 minute hold, Trade Ideas tools can help refine what it is you want to see. You just got to figure out how you want to do it. All right, before I leave here, CLSK. Still not seeing a big increase in volume, but yeah, I mean it's looking good. It's bouncing exactly where it should have supposed to. So I don't know if you took a position down there or if you're under the water or if you're in the money, but I think it looks good from today. And if you want to hold it, as long as it closes like it does right here, it looks rather decent. All right, guys, that's my cue. I'm going to go ahead and turn off, and I will see you next Tuesday. But for those that are new, just keep coming to these afternoon sessions. They're very helpful.
Whoops, sorry, but no, that was my fault. That was my fault. I put myself on mute. No, sorry. So I should be back in the YouTube feed now. I think Steve just left. Is that correct? Just doing a check in the YouTube stream. You guys in the YouTube stream, you missed all the excitement with the wriggle. All right. Oh man, the VR. This was shortable too. This is a big miss by me. VNRX, but I don't know. Maybe even now, this looks like it's going to go negative. VNRX, though it's close to yesterday's. It's getting closer to yesterday's close. What a bunch of nonsense. Look at this. I mean, 522. This was even actually. This was 735 or so pre-market. 730 in the pre-market, 363 now, and not basing at all, just basically free fall. Look at the volume coming in too. I mean, what a sell-off. I mean, I think this is some kind of a virus play. Well, I think a lot of us played the wriggle on the break of four, Jerry. You know, the break of four. Maybe some might have even gone in earlier. You know, around the 370 mark. But when it broke four, then it just zoomed up to 455. So again, on a percentage basis, just a nice quick play. Still not necessarily over. And in fact, what I'd love to see happen is for it to start to get back up into this area and then base a little bit. And then we wait for that magic, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hour when all of a sudden maybe we get big volume bursts coming into it again. Oh yeah, Jerry, these are probably not. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, these are not conservative plays. Absolutely. Though for me, the stock that just breaks over four. I mean, I have a very tight. Usually, I have a very tight stop on it. So, I'm not. I'm still just. I'm not risking. I'm not going crazy on the risk. So if it doesn't work, I'm out, and it's usually, well, not usually. It's always going to be my manageable loss. Excuse me. Why can I not see news on a single stock where the data is? I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Kiskutis. Just click on the news tab. All right, guys. Well, it depends on what stock. Well, what stock? Every single one. Maybe you should load your window again. I don't know. Obviously, there is news. I don't know why there'd be no data for you. Maybe you load it again. Close it down. Load it again. You got. How about everything else? Are you getting data for everything else? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that. If you're not getting any, I mean, there's the odd time you click on news and there's no data, but obviously not for the RIGL. Okay, well, maybe close the window down and then open it again. Guys, I got to do my video right now, so I'm just going to put the announcement in here. No, 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 no. It's just here in the link section. There it is. You want to sign up for? No, it's not just for members. Not at all. Nothing is really for well, obviously the program is for members, but all the links, you know, the lessons, training, all that stuff. Here's my daily video link right there. All available free of charge. All right, guys. So I will see you in about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes or so. I'm muting now the YouTube feed. All right, guys, I am now back, and yeah, look at that EIGI. So we've had some really, I know Real talked about it just a little while ago. We have some really nice alerts from this window again. So let's see, Dare 145. Do we dare? Look at the room. I mean, look at the room Dare has got. Yeah, you look left. I mean, this is. I feel I'm maybe just a little bit late. And I like to get it right around there, but I mean, look at because it could stall. It could stall right there at around 178. Yeah, Hugh, I can't. Hugh, I can't. Unfortunately, you have to come into the trading room. I cannot put the links in YouTube. It just doesn't work the way it should. So I can give you a link for you to come into the other trading room. Okay? And just give me a second here. Okay? And then what I'm talking about is this. You'll be in here, and then all my links are up here. Scans that I share, download. Okay, let me see. Is Dare, how many shares in the float? So 23 million in the float. Another one. I mean, look at the relative volume, guys. 38. I mean, 8 million shares have traded, but 38. I mean, it's having its day. I wonder if I don't know if there is any news that I can see on it. I don't see any specific news on it. But I mean, something's happening. I mean, you don't get this volume out of nowhere. All right, guys. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. You see how GTX, now I don't think this is going to be super dynamic, but you see how GTX, excuse me, had the big run at the beginning, and then it just kind of settled down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, say an hour and a half or so. And then all of a sudden, a little pop. However, the pop really wasn't what you'd love to see if you look at this 15-minute chart. There is a little bit of volume, but you'd love to see like a big volume bar. I mean, it doesn't have to be this one or even this one, but maybe something like that or that here. Okay, so taking it out of this consolidation and a big volume pop to get to really start it running again. So that's kind of what we're waiting for. Okay, so it's not so much my layout, but individual windows. Okay, I don't share my entire layout. You can pick and choose which ones you want. So if you click on the room drive icon and scans that I share, click on download. That'll go to a Word document. All you have to do then is you can take a look at all the scans that I've got. You can load them all if you want, but there'll be some that might make more sense to you. And all you have to do is just copy the link And then once you've copied the link, you will, when you click File Load from Cloud, you'll see the link in here. It'll already, once, okay, it'll automatically be in here because it's already been copied, and then just load it. All right? So you can basically pick and choose. You're welcome. Okay, so guys, it is Tuesday today, so at 2 o'clock I'll be in a marketing meeting. That's still about half an hour away. So in about 5 minutes or so, I'm going to clear this and kind of start from scratch in this Windows. Well, normally you're going to get the alert here. Okay, so if the volume is coming in and it's breaking out, especially, I don't mean if it's just the fifth 15-minute candle in a row that is moving up. Hopefully, it's more from something like what we were just looking at. The GTX. I mean, just because we get an alert doesn't mean you hop into the trade, but something like this, a little bit of consolidation, and then we get the alert. So that, I mean, that immediately tells you that something's happening. It's making a new high, and then if you do see that there's volume coming in, argument could be made that you take the trade immediately. I'm not, that's not I'm not advice or anything like that, but that's more than likely what I would be doing if it's coming from a nice little pattern of consolidation. But for instance, if it had looked like this, all these candles in a row, and then we get an alert and it's a new high, I'm not taking the trade. I mean, because you're chasing it. The other thing that would be nice about this one is that it's just over a whole number. I'm just a guy who likes to see that whole number break. The other thing too is, to look left to see how much room it's got. Just because it's making maybe a new high for today, looking left to see, okay, great, you're a new high today. How much room does it have on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart? I mean, is there a lot of resistance? Just 5 cents or 10 cents above it. Obviously, Dare has a lot of room. But it didn't really, just because you get volume, and there's no 100% guarantee that it's going to continue and give a tremendous trade. I mean, this wasn't terrible. I mean, the alert at 145. I mean, not terrible, but you'd like to see it get closer to 2, in my opinion. I'm going to zero it now. Can't wait. Clear the history now. Okay, so now what's going to happen is if a stock makes a new high, even though it might have made a new high and it was in this window, I've cleared it so we will see new highs again. One time only, but I know it's confusing, but I know what I'm doing. So we'll see the alerts. Now we just wait. All right, so let's take a look at what has happened since these alerts. Did anything really? So the CLBS 945 at 245. It did pull back, but well, it got up to 277. Of course, the wriggle, well documented. 480 got up to 528 from the alert. I don't think that. I think this one was quick. 720 got up to 801. This I don't think really did much. 437, yeah, hasn't moved at all. AQB and Reed was wow. The surprising move to me for Reed was this one here. To be honest, you know. Okay, GTX. All right, so I took the trade, guys. Why? Look at the volume that came in. Now, it doesn't absolutely mean it's going to work, but now the only issue is, and it's a big issue, it's a big issue, is 642 right there. So this might just turn into a very quick scalp for me. Okay, that's the big issue. But I thought I'd take it just because of the volume that came in. It just made a new high. But you know, it's not ideal just because of this right there on the daily chart. Well, moment of truth, guys. Moment of truth. In fact, I've just scalped some guy. I've just scalped some, okay? Because you know I have my doubts it's going to get through that. Where's on the daily chart right there? I have my doubts, but I thought I'd take some just in case it did pop through. But if this hadn't been here, I think we would have seen a really nice run in this. If this hadn't been here, we could have seen a run, you know, close to 7. So I'm all out of it now. I may get back in if it takes this out. And stick an alert at 645. But look at the volume that came in. That's what we're waiting for. That sort of a volume. Yeah, even Wriggle is getting this will not trigger in here because the high is way up here. I mean, if it did trigger, it'd probably be very extended. You know, because remember these are new highs of the day, so the high is way up here at 528. But another, it's just kind of basing again. But you'd want to see some volume. You don't want to take, in my opinion anyway, you don't want to take anything unless there's some volume attached to it. And it's not a matter of how much volume, it is in relation to what's happened before. Because somebody asked me yesterday, well, how much, you know, does it have to be 2 million shares? That's not really the issue. The issue is comparing it to the volume bars before. So you can imagine if this is 132. So 13 minutes for this candle to close. If the volume increases, so it is taking out those highs of volume and gets into here, I mean, I almost guarantee there'll be interest. I mean, it should be sort of obvious. But if there's no volume, yeah, it looks pretty good here. But if there's no volume, it could just fizzle out. How can we hear the other side of the conversation? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Is that a serious question? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Oh, I see. You're talking. Okay. Radio announcers. Okay. EDNT. Okay, let's take a look at EDNT. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I mean the reason we're not seeing it, the volume is very light and the relative volume is very light. So I mean I have filters would not pick this up for me right now, but I mean if I look at the monthly chart, obviously it's got room to, the 5 level if it wants to do it. It's just not going to appear here because I have a minimum volume relative volume of 3 here, and that's only at 0.63 plus a volume of at least 300,000 shares. So it just won't show up. Doesn't mean it's not a bad trade, but it just won't show up. So you can see how it just stalled, guys. I mean, this GTX, this was just it really has to take out these highs right there on that daily chart. Right there, sorry. You see how the wriggle isn't really moving? I mean, I'm stating somewhat the obvious. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, yeah, it's 2.7 million shares, but in relation to these volume bars, it's not pushing it at all. Okay, so for instance, you see the CLBS, it did trigger here, but look at the 15. A little bit of a pullback here. There is volume that is coming in, and it may work, but it's just, to me, it's too much of a chase. And also, it's very close to that whole number of 3. So it just doesn't look as attractive to me. Just because you get an alert, it doesn't mean you just hop into the trade. It has to be analyzed a little bit. Well, I mean, there's volume. There's not big relative volume. It's not trading abnormally, even though it's 24 million shares. So I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, there hasn't been a big volume spike in it. Yeah, boy, another one that just really, really fizzled. I mean, it got up to this VCNX, looked pretty interesting, got up to 665. As fallen all the way down here. SPY is on the move a little bit. There's a little bit of a pullback there, a little bit of a move on the SPY. But look at the, yeah, techs are down again. NAS is down again. RVP, haven't seen that one for a bit. It was very active that day. That's a great looking. That's a great look on the daily chart. You know, a 3-bar pullback on the daily chart. But it needs volume, yes. Now, stocks can move without volume. You will see stocks moving without volume. I just rather have the odds more in my favor, that's all. Well, actually, I do have something I did put together. I'm not a huge swing trader, but this is if I am going to swing. So if you do click on the room drive icon, and click on my four rules for swing trading, okay, be brought to this document. Give me a second while I find it. I mean, it's just me, okay? It is just me what I look for if I'm going to swing trade anything. So first of all, just a word. Why I have people ask me all the time, why do you have a daily, weekly, monthly chart? Who cares? You know, especially if you're a day trader. Well, the reason being is that because I'm more of a momentum trader, the stocks are already making new highs for the day or new lows for the day if I'm going the other way, right? So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm looking on these bigger time frames to see, okay, if I get into this trade, what sort of resistance is there on these charts? So if I see like a lot of room, then okay, it makes sense for me to really take a hard look at getting into the trade. I mean, imagine if, I saw, this. There's a bunch of resistance right there, that monthly chart. And I wanted to get into this. It just made a new high. But all of that was right here. I'd say, well, you know what? Too much resistance, so I'm going to pass. So that's why my first rule, when I click on the alert, I'm going to check. I keep saying this, I should add the monthly. But anyway, the daily, weekly chart for a large gap. So you can see in this one, obviously there's a huge gap. I check to see where the 200-day moving average is. I don't care if it's above it. But if it's far enough away, then it doesn't matter to me. A lot of people might say, well, the price has got to be above the 200-day. I don't care if the 200-day is above it, as long as it's far enough away. Next, very important thing, I never hold through earnings. So I check to see when the company is due to release earnings. I don't just rely on our earnings. Okay, our provider gives us the earnings dates, but you know what? Sometimes I like to check a couple other sources just in case. And then last, I like to see the stock closing near the high of the day because I don't want to have to worry. Imagine I'm in the trade tomorrow. I don't want to have to worry about having to break today's high. So if the stock closes near the high of the day, then I'm not having to worry about today's high tomorrow. So if all of those conditions are met, then it becomes a candidate. But again, I'm not a huge swing trader, but that is what I look for. And again, you can just download that. You can take a look at it. I mean, GTX is getting interesting again if it can take this out. I mean, it takes this out. It's got the room. It's got the room to, almost $7. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. I mean, on the weekly chart, if it gets through all of this on that weekly chart, the 7, then look left. Look how much more room it's got. It just made a new high again. It's just making a new high. It may take it out. I mean, I'm not in this anymore, but it may take it out. All right, now there is a little bit of volume coming in to the wriggle, guys. If you look on the 15-minute chart, now we still have 3 minutes to close. So, I mean, it's not a huge pop, but there is some volume coming in. Meanwhile, GTX, now there it is. Now there it goes. I mean, there this it's so interesting. Yeah, trying to take this out now. My problem now to get in it is that you're in chase mode. I mean, it's just for me. Had this not been here, right there, down here, this I would not be out of the trade. And remarkably, I didn't even realize it. This is an AI alert too. I didn't even realize it, to be honest. So there have actually been three nice ones. I mean, on a percentage basis, and it's certainly the GTX. This is the one I did take earlier, the Wi-Fi short, and a little more expensive, but nice move for the VIPS, and still looks interesting. Popped, settled, looks like it wants to move again. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So yeah, look at wow, GTX. What? I'm not in it anymore, but I didn't even realize. I can't believe I didn't realize it was an AI alert also. Boy, Wriggle is on the move. I mean, the volume wasn't extraordinary, but the Wriggle is definitely on the move. Yeah, so JTN, we always I don't teach trading or anything like that, but we always talk about having a stop and play. All right, it sounds like you don't have a stop. Okay, you get into a trade, and if it hits your stop, then you get out. You just move on. So I that's all I can say. I mean, I don't know where you're in at 664, and it's at 550 now. I mean, I don't know where you obviously didn't put a stop in. You know what I mean by a stop. In other words, where are you going to get out of the trade if it works against you? Obviously, not all trades are going to work, so you have to have an out. And if it hits it, then you get out and you just move on. You can always get back in. So I can't tell you. There's no way I'm going to say yes. You should trade. You should get out of it now, because in half a second maybe it pops a dollar. Okay, so I honestly can't help you there. All I can say is that in the future, have a stop and obey it. Listen. We've all done it. You get into trading and it looks so. You think, wow. Well, I read the news. Look at all the volume, and it's got to come back. So, and then it doesn't. Well, your stop, when you got into PRCP as an example, I mean, and you're new to trading, so I mean, it's going to be, but I mean, you got into PRCP at what price? 664. So I'm assuming probably up in this area here or on the way up. See, I would have been putting like personally, I would have been putting a stop probably around 6:30. See the bottom of that candle right there, that 15-minute candle. But that you're so new to trading. You have to kind of be able to you take a look at that, and if it, I mean, a more conservative stop would be down here, almost where it is. But I'd be putting a oh, look at CLBS, guys. I would have put a stop probably around right here, around 620, 630. So you'd be out with a 30-cent loss, not the end of the world. When you say how to set the stop, I mean, you can watch it manually. I mean, there are ways within a computer to actually set the stop, but you're so new. Look at CLBS, guys. This is really ripping here. No, it'll be at 100%. Position and range in days range will be, I don't use 1 minute charts, no. By the way, guys, I've got to get set for this marketing meeting at 2. The position and range will be 100%, can't be greater than 100% because 100% will be right at the high of the day. It'll always change. How do you save an entire layout with a friend? You'd have to save your layout to the cloud. Yeah, that might be the days, like a 5-day range or something like that, because it's comparing the past 5 days. And I know it's a little confusing. but the position in today's range can never be more than 100. Look at CLBS. Doggone it. There, and there's the volume coming in. Look at this. Look at the volume coming in. So what you can do is you can save your entire layout. Okay, save it to the cloud. So File, Save or Share to Cloud. So from the toolbar, File, Save or Share to Cloud. Give it a name, entire layout. Give it a name, and then Save and Share. And then that'll create the link. That'll create that cloud link, and then you can just give the cloud link to your friend. I'm very upset with myself. I should be in this trade. Um, well, the next high looking left on the monthly, it's almost right there. It just drives me nuts why it doesn't pop up on some of these. Let me just change it here. So you can see right there a few months ago, that was a high, 320. Doesn't mean it's absolutely going to stall it, but what did it get to? It got to 321 and it stopped. I'm not saying that's the absolute reason, but it did stop there. Well, the monthly looks good if it can get, through this, then yes, it's got some room to 5. Now, lumber liquidators, lumber liquidator, LL, how's that? LL. So there was the alert at 1617. I mean, this has room too, guys. Keep an eye on this. There was the volume that came in, decent kind of consolidation right there, decent. I mean, this definitely has room. There's some volume coming in. I mean, it has room. I mean, look left on that monthly chart. Take a look. Let's take a look. I think I've already done this on the weekly. I think 17 or something. Yeah, right around here, around 7. I mean, this has got room. LL's got room. I mean, it's up to you I'm not telling anybody to take these trades, but it's up to you to determine. I'm sort of doing the real school of trading now. I'm laying it out, and it's up to you. You want to take the trade, take the trade. You don't want to. All right, guys, I got to get set for this marketing meeting. So I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I see that Dare is actually making a little bit of a rip move here. All right, well, look, LL, I may be getting out of this. I thought, okay, now it's going to start to move. Got up to 1630. I'm in at 1622, so I'm just a little bit under. I thought it was going to start to move. Look pretty good, resting here. So any move into the teens, I'm going to take a little loss on the LL. But the market is, yeah, market's moving up nicely, actually, isn't it? Wow, nice move from the market. Little wee pullback here, and now we've basically the last hour or so has been, except for that little red candle, but has been up. So well, you have to add them individually, Leon. You can't add them for all. You can add them individually because the whole idea is to do it individually so you have a different sound alert for each window, if that's what you mean. Maybe that's what you meant. All you have to do on the document is, let me just find it again. So all you have to do is, when you have it in your Word document, you just copy it like this, copy, all right? Control C, copy. So now the link is copied, and then file load. Load from cloud, and there it is. See it's the same link? There it is, and then load it. It's really simple. I don't know why. I mean, I'll do it right there. There it is. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know how it can help you then. Well, not the whole layout. This is not. There's no layout here. It's just, these are just individual windows. So, can you not do this? This highlight, and then Control C. Now I've copied. Now the link is. I mean, that's just that. That's got nothing to do with trade ideas. I mean, that's just, simply copying a link. And then file, load from cloud, not load layout, not load window, load from cloud. And that link should be right in here. Okay. Well, that link should be right in here. If it isn't, I don't know how to help you. I'm not sure how I can help you. I mean, I'm showing right on the screen. Mud are the LL guys, by the way. I don't know what to say if it's not helping, if it's not working. Honestly, don't know what to say. Are you using the app or in the web-based version? Okay, well, I don't know what to say. I mean, when you file load from cloud, you must be getting a box like this, right? Well, I mean, this has been around for almost day one, so that's nothing to do with the version. Well, let me ask you this: when you do file load from cloud, do you not get this box popping up? Never mind, never mind anything else. Yeah, I'm going to have to send you to the homepage in Kaskutis. I have no idea why that's happening. Okay, you're going to have to say, I have no idea why you're getting no data. Some things I just can't help. So if you click on that and start a live chat. But no, but my question to you is when you file load from cloud, are you, like, never mind trying to do anything else, are you not getting this pop up? Okay. And it's blank, right? Obviously, or probably it's blank. Nothing's here. So what you're saying is that you do see the string, you do see it in here, and you're able to click load, but nothing happens. Is that what you mean? Okay. So that's a little bit different. All right. Well, I mean, it is possible that one of the links is not correct, but try the strong stocks up because I know that's right. You know, Control C. I know it's there, and now there it is. So you're saying, really? And load, and there it is. There it is. I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry, I just don't know how to help you. I mean, there it is. I thought maybe my link was, it's possible sometimes I delete a link, but I have not deleted the link. I don't know how to help you. Oh, there's the wriggle, guys. No, no more. Yeah, it's just not going to show up here. But I mean, the volume. I mean, the volume has not been a big burst, but I mean, it's been pretty steadily good, I guess. But it's just not going to show up here because unfortunately, there's the high. Hey, listen, if it takes out that high and on some volume, let's see what back this out on the month. Maybe somebody got back in LL. Um, Boy, things are firing. Um, Let me just see where the next high is on that monthly chart. So if it took that out, 526, it's got room. I mean, the high right there is about the same, right about the same. So if it takes out the high of the day, it still has room to run. So even though it'll be really late from here, this could still have a lot of room to run. FT. I actually saw it. Foot. Yeah, yesterday. They had a great day yesterday. I don't know why I didn't put it in. Oh, I think I know why. The There was a reason I didn't add it to the watch list. Okay, but listen, let's see this. Looking at this on the monthly chart, I see 280 or so. Yeah, I think I just thought it was too extended. I mean, it's just been way too extended. Zivo. How does Zivo look? Zovio. Okay. Same thing. Well, okay. I mean, it's coming into resistance. This is one I think that is on my. No, it's not on the watch list. But I have a price alert. That's what I've got a price alert set up here around $4. That's all I can say about it. Okay, how is VXRT doing? 1641. Yeah, probably coming into a little bit of resistance in that monthly chart right around here. Some little areas. I mean, if it can explode past this, I mean, look at the room VXRT has all the way up to about 21 on that monthly chart. All right, now CLBS, what did it get to? It got right up to the high there, right, almost to the penny, right? That is what stalled it. 321. This is 320. If it can take that out, I mean, it does have some room up to the 360 mark, and that's for the CLBS. By the way, the person who can't get the news when it says just no details, if they fix it for you, let me know what they did. All right, so maybe I can file it away in my memory banks if somebody else has the same issue. Well, nothing really shaking now, guys. I mean, the lumber liquidators. Oh, there's Dare again, though. Dare again. What sort of room does it have? Again, it's got 178 looking left on that weekly chart. Relatively low float, 23 million in the float. Oh, today's range. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about these position and ranges. Well, okay. Dare normally his average true range is 5 cents. So that's I think it's over the last 10 days. I think that's what it is. So it usually only moves about a nickel a day from the high or the low. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about this. So obviously, from 108 to one whatever 65, when it's only usually running a nickel from the high to the low, that's that percent. That's what that means. So 100% would be 100% would be just normal. But yeah, so I mean, you can just see right. I'm sorry, I thought you meant this position in range. Yeah, in a moment of weakness, I told you all about my worm farming many years ago. Yes. Yeah, so that's why this will be it can be well over 100%. More than likely, most of them. Well, so that's 75%. Oxy's only traded its normal range is a dollar rate, so 75% of that. If you take the high and the low, hopefully that's what it should be. You take the high of the day, the low of the day, and that should be about 75% of a dollar eight. Well, Wriggle did not continue, obviously. I love this dare. I just wish this weren't here. I just wish this little high over here in the week was not there at 178. I mean, this is just, I mean, it could power right through, but, and the volume, look at the volume continuing to pour in. 54 times normal. Yeah, I mean, I can see right there. I mean, there's the range is 104 to 167. If I multiply 13 by 5, that's what I get. Is it 13 times? It just continues. Wow. So it's almost at yesterday's high, or it's right at yesterday's high. Thought maybe today might be the day it will start to give it up, but not even close. Same with Run. I'm sure Run is doing exactly the same thing. Look at Run. Yeah, I mean, they're buying VSLR, so the one, the only, a DMAC. You know, this one has been just horrible. TA, I mean, it's just been inching down, 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 down. I remember seeing it, I think, around here and wondering, boy, this would be an interesting one for my very, very, very first, and maybe only, swing short. I didn't do it. All right, guys, so I'm going to be shutting the room down around 3. Where is the best way? Probably start a live chat and see if Michael. Have you chatted with Michael Noss before? I mean, he's our expert on it. But no, go to the home page. What is your question? Just as, I mean, I probably can't help you, but what is your question? Maybe I can help you. I don't know. Yeah, you know what's going to have to happen. So, is this in the simulator or is it in your IB in the simulator? More than likely, they're going to have to ask for the log, your log, to try to analyze what the heck happened. You'll be sending in from help and then send files to support. Yeah, no, CBLI, unfortunately, again, because this was under 3, will not show up here. Yeah, that I cannot help you. So yeah, have you talked to him before? It's usually a log issue. Yeah, I really don't know. Okay, well, who'll be your best bet? No, no. Yeah, start the homepage. Click on that link and start a live chat. Oh, look what's coming back. VCNX has come right back. Well, I guess that is the web page. I'm sorry. Yes, And then it says start a live chat, something to that effect. If that doesn't work, you can always send something to info@trade hyphen. Okay. But there is a little, I'm noticing. I mean I think they're aware of something going on because I had a trade in here and it's disappeared, and I haven't. I don't think I cleared it. I don't think I did. Let's take a trade right now. Okay, so I think that is something then. When you say different profile, what do you mean by a different profile? Oh, okay. Well, let's see if that happens to me too. Okay, so it's still there, but mine definitely disappeared too. I don't know why. I didn't do anything. Okay, guys. So I'm just testing this. Just want to see. Okay, now CBLI is showing up. Okay, because the relative volume is now high enough. Now look at that weekly chart. High is 3. What did it get to? It got to 298. Got to 298. You can just see, guys. I mean, if it takes out 3, this has some room. The only issue is that we'd be in supreme chase mode, which is too bad. It's too bad we didn't see it down here in this window. Because the volume, that volume was picking up. But it's just the way it is. I mean, I've got to put a minute. I have to put if I don't put a minimum, say of 3. Sure, we would have seen this in earlier, but we would see a lot of other stocks that we don't want to see. So it's always a trade-off. So now the fact that we see it, it's hard to take this trade unless it bases a little bit. Maybe if it just bases a little bit, it doesn't look like it wants to. Bases a little bit underneath 3, and then volume popping it through. Oh, but you flattened it. Okay, let me. I think I see what you meant. Aha, you're right. That's a bug. Obviously, it's a bug. You know what? I'm wondering. I think I have a later version of Trade Ideas, development version. I think that solved it. You know what I'm going to do? 255. I am going to, I think, let me just see if there's a later version. That might have solved it. You don't have access to it yet, but I want to see. Maybe that was a known problem. What am I on? Okay. So I'm going to exit Trade Ideas. Okay, now I'm going to try it again. Take a trade. Oops. Ah, now don't tell me it's not loading the symbol. Oh, sorry. Got to connect to the simulator. All right. Aha. You see they're here. So that's a bug, okay? I don't think you have to, I think they know it because now let me do this. Okay, now we'll go back. There they are, yeah. So there's no point. I think that they are aware of it, okay? And obviously, so the build that I'm on is a development build. They have to make sure there are no other, but by whatever they've done here, by fixing this, they have to make sure that they're not introducing something else. So look at LL guys. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? That was a good one. I'm glad I felt like you're right. There's semi. Somebody's mentioning semi. Look at the volume that came into semi, guys. CEMI. I've been waiting. So yesterday this got up to 523, but look at the volume that is coming in. This would not show up here again because it's the volume is only 2 instead of 3. But look at the volume that came into semi CEMI. This could be really interesting. Thank you, Autolycus. This in the YouTube feed. This could be really interesting. Boy, this could be really interesting. There's got to be a reason for this volume coming in. Just trying to see if there's any sort of, other than class action suits against the company. But I'm just trying to see if there's any other news. All right, guys. I'm going to shut the room down now. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. That's when I'll open the room. Have a great evening, everybody. I will figure out if I'm going to trade any of this stuff. All right. See you tomorrow.